No arbitration for Sabres defenseman Bo Byram, and for now, no trade. He and the team have agreed to a 2-year contract extension worth $6.25 million. Byram, 24 years old, can become an unrestricted free agent at the end of that contract. So Byram re-signs with the Sabres, $6.25 million. The Sabres have about $6-7 million left in cap space at this moment in time after the Byram deal. To football. Jets sign wide receiver Garrett Wilson to a 4-year, $130 million contract. It's $32.5 million per year. $90 million of the $130 million is guaranteed. Chargers placing Mike Williams on the PUP list. The often injured receiver has an unspecified injury that'll keep him out of the beginning of training camp for LA. San Francisco wide receiver Juwan Jennings wants a new contract or to be traded. However, there were multiple reports yesterday that said that he will not hold out from training camp despite the desire for a trade or a new contract. Cal Raleigh wins the Home Run Derby. Tonight is the All-Star Game in Major League Baseball. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I stand by that.
Yeah.
Unimpressive.
Unimpressed by Athens.
Unimpressed by Athens. 100%.
Maybe you should go back. I was unimpressed by Boston and then went back 10 years later and came away very impressed by Boston. I used to say Boston was overrated, and I no longer say that.
When did you say Boston was overrated?
For the last 10 years until about 2 months ago.
And you had gone there once.
Nah, more than once.
Okay, you had been there more than once,
Yep.
and you thought that it was overrated?
I thought it was
Okay.
And now I've completely changed that opinion. I think it's pretty great. So.
Okay.
Anyway, good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. It's humid out there. Fog on the windows.
A lot of fog on the windows.
It was so foggy on the windows at the house, I thought it rained overnight. I went outside to the backyard to see, did we leave anything outside? That's how wet the windows were from the humidity. And, what did we leave outside? Open the door, and no, it's just humid. It's a tropical air system.
Yeah.
Or something like that, but it's tropical.
So when we're walking in the building, like across the wall that we are sitting on right now, all of those windows are like, you can't even see out of them because there's so much fog on those windows.
Right.
These windows in here have no fog. Does that mean that it's just as humid in here? Would that make sense?
It might.
Because there's no fog on these windows.
That's right.
In our studio here.
There is fog on other windows. Perhaps the mass is moving in a direction.
Maybe. Josh has a little bit of fog on that window over there, I think. So I'm not sure. Is that how it works anyway? If it's equally as foggy on the other side of the window, then there's no fog?
Great question.
I have no idea.
We'll have to get WBEN's meteorologist on this.
How does humidity work? And how does fog work? Hammer.
It's droplets of water in the air.
Yeah.
And I'll take no further questions.
That's it.
Anyway, good morning. Happy Tuesday. We got a Bo Byram signing overnight. The Sabres signed Bo Byram. We'll get to that. We've got I've got a bunch of stuff to get to today, including
a kid robbing someone of a home run in the Home Run Derby.
I've got that. I think the Sabres schedule's coming out this week. I have a Let's Get Stupid on the second-round picks idea to get to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The second-round picks remain unsigned. Bills rookies report to camp today. Perhaps today's the day we find out that TJ Sanders is the latest to not report to training camp because second-round picks are not going to report.
what I'm going to need to do now is study. I'm going to have his picture open just for the entirety of today's show, just to familiarize myself with his face. Because the way we probably find out whether he is there or not is, aren't the Bills going to tweet out some video of, hey, the rookies have arrived, and they're walking into the building,
and it won't be Sanders?
Well, we'll have to look through the video and see if one of the people walking in is Sanders, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But I don't know what TJ Sanders looks like really yet. So
we'll find out. Sanders, all the other second-round picks, Nick Emenwari, Seattle, he's the next one up that could sign. There's a lot that could get going with this. So let's get stupid on that. I also have a big picture conversation on Josh Allen that's going to be maybe some fun.
Okay.
So, plenty to get to. Tyler Dunn of GoLongTD.com, he has a piece on Dalton Kincaid. He just dropped a big long-form piece on Dalton Kincaid. We'll talk to him about that at 7 o'clock. And Paul, I think we're going to talk to Paul at 8 on the Byram deal. So if you want to start on the Byram deal, all right, sure. It's July 15th. Let's talk a little Sabres offseason. My question would be, I got one question for everybody out there. If you still follow the hockey team in town, the Buffalo Sabres, and pay attention to their off seasons, if they had not traded Peterka because they didn't want to, like Peterka wanted them to move him.
Right.
So if he didn't want to be moved, what would the offseason have been? Because here's Bo Byram on the team, extended for 2 years, because you couldn't get a deal done. You couldn't get a trade done. If you had not traded Peterka, who wanted that to happen, he made that happen. What would your offseason have been? A Connor Clifton trade and Alex Lyon? Is that your offseason?
That might have been it, which is that is the equivalent of nothing. That is nothing.
That is doing nothing.
It is adding a rotational goalie and a third pair defenseman that maybe plays, if you're lucky, he's on the ice 17 minutes a night.
Yeah.
Like, if you're lucky. So, they bring back Byram, by the way, with the Peterka trade, adding a defenseman. Right? Like, their big move of the offseason was adding a defenseman. Two of their biggest three moves were adding defensemen. And yet, they still have, for now, kept him around. I don't know, though, that this means he won't be traded. It doesn't seem to make it the favorite, right? Like, all along, I've thought the most likely outcome was he would get dealt. And is that different now? Because he's under contract? I mean, I guess another team no longer has control over the contract situation. He signed a 2-year deal, so if I'm right in the rules, he can't sign a long-term extension for a year. And if a team was maybe wanting to do that, that's now off the table for 12 months. So I think maybe it makes a trade harder to not deal him before arbitration and instead do a 2-year contract. So I don't know. I kind of think it's more likely to me this morning than it has been for 6 months that he's going to start next season on the roster. Mm-hmm. And probably in the top pair.
On the top pair as an expensive pairing for Dahlin, despite being a guy that is not good away from Dahlin and good with Dahlin, which is true for a lot, right?
That's right.
That's pretty much everybody. I mean, I don't hate that he's on the team. Like big picture stuff with the Sabres, I wonder if they've been spooked off of those early long extensions that they signed everybody to, right? For a while there, it was Cousins, Thompson, Samuelson. I mean, everybody got extensions.
Luukkonen was the next year, but that didn't go great.
You think they've been scared off those?
It'd be hard not to. I mean, how many of them really went great?
They thought it was good business, and it looks like they've been scared off it.
Yeah, the Tage deal went great. You signed Tage early, and $3 million less per year than you otherwise would have. But Samuelson, it didn't work, and Cousins, it didn't work, and Luukkonen, it didn't work. So how's the strategy going right now? I mean, they really should have bought out Samuelson this offseason. That one went, I think, as poorly as it possibly could have after 58 games in the league, if that's the number. That's the number in my head. So that could be it. That would imply, though, that would, and this is probably right, that would imply they don't want to sign Byram to a long-term deal right now.
Yep.
That this wasn't all about Byram doesn't want to be here, although that might also be the case because there's no role here in a power play situation that he might be looking for. But the Sabres at the same time haven't ever seemed to give an indication that they were like trying to sign him to an 8-year contract, and it was Byram that was telling them no. I mean, whenever Kevin Adams has kind of been asked about him, he's never really mentioned him as part of the core, which I think is probably good, right? Like, because this player it's debatable how good he really is, but I don't think anybody's ready to tell you he's great, right? Would anybody disagree with that?
No.
That he's great?
No, he seems to be one of these players that you hope some GMs think more of him than he really is, right? You hope that, I guess what you were hoping is that Byram got the glow up that Cousins got when he got traded to the Senators, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, the workhorse defensive stalwart. And it's like, that's not at all what you're getting here. So maybe that's a part of it. I don't know. The whole thing, it's tough because keeping Byram doesn't have to be bad. He can be a decent player for you. You can love your top 4 now if you really want to. How long will it stick together? Dahlin and Byram, and then Power and Kesselring.
Sure.
And that's my top 4.
Then that sounds
and
pretty
Samuelson's in my bottom pair with somebody else.
Timmins probably.
Okay. And
like that on paper sounds like a pretty darn good blue line.
That's not bad. Right?
Yeah.
It's not bad. But the problem is you are very far from the playoffs. And what are you going to do to make up the gaps? What are you going to do to make a difference? Maybe the Byram deal, it's not exactly the same, but Garrett Wilson got a big contract yesterday. Why'd they sign him? Because he's good. Byram is not Garrett Wilson. But
no,
I don't want to live in a spot, Joe, where I'm endlessly saying, oh, get rid of everybody, because that's not the single player that makes you better. It's tough to evaluate the Sabres with Kevin Adams at the helm right now because the general feel is that it's always inaction, and it's always can kicking down the road. And this Byram deal looks like a can kick to me. We're not ready. We don't like the value. We don't have to get rid of him. So we'll sign it for 2 years. And what's the chance in the next 2 years he gets traded for a draft pick at the deadline? 80%? 40%? It's definitely a likely outcome. Right. I mean, if you were to set the over-under on years, how many more years will Byram play with the Sabres? You'd set it at 2.5, and everybody alive would bet the under.
Mm-hmm.
If you set it at 1.5 complete years, you might bet the under. Does he get traded at this deadline because, ready for this? Hey, Byram might be desirable, guys. It's not just a rental. There's a year of term on this, too.
Mm-hmm.
We heard that a million times. The Sabres did that when they traded for Brad Boyes. So
yes.
It more represents a disappointment about the larger offseason. And I can't say that Kevin Adams can do everything he wants because no move clauses do exist. But I came to this offseason hoping it would be some version of, hey, could they package Peterka and Byram and 9 for something of real significance? Like, hey, can we dream big about a move? And instead, what did we get? Peterka got traded in a deal where it was, well, they did the best they could. And Byram got re-signed because they couldn't find a deal.
Right.
And the 9th pick got drafted because they couldn't find a deal.
Mm-hmm.
And Alex Lyon came in, which I think is maybe their best move this offseason, was to get a decent goalie at a good amount, a journeyman who might be able to help backstop your backup spot or even take the starting job if your backup or whatever, if your starter isn't good enough. So the whole offseason is just uninspiring, which is pretty much kind of their theme quite often.
Isn't it really hard to make the case that they got better this offseason?
It is hard to make the case they got better. It is easy to make the case that they got slightly different. Because they did. They got slightly different.
I love that. It's easy that they got slightly different.
Slightly different.
Slightly different.
One forward of significance out, one defenseman of significance in. That's your offseason.
Right.
And your backup goalie, again, I still like that move because they needed someone that wasn't Reimer or Anderson, and this is their new version of that. This is their new Comrie. This is their new Alex Lyon is a guy that signed for the backup money to try and get some games in the net.
Yep. Well, like really, what they did add, and I'm optimistic about a couple of these individuals, but their offseason consisted of the biggest guy they brought in was a defenseman who played on Utah's third pair. last year. They brought in the Red Wings backup goaltender, and they brought in a fourth liner from Columbus. And the Penguins' number 6 defenseman. That's their offseason. By the way, every one of those teams, look at the teams they brought guys in from that were not playing important roles. Kesselring, third pair defenseman in Utah. Lyon, backup goalie in Detroit. Timmins, 6th defenseman in Pittsburgh. None of these teams were good. They brought depth role players off teams that weren't even good from last year. And that's going to make them better. They got rid of a guy that was playing an important role off a team that wasn't very good in Peterka. So I wouldn't make the case that they're better unless Kesselring is way better than he was with the Mammoth. Or, again, here we are kind of waiting probably for young guys to save the day. Right? Owen Power, please become an elite defenseman. Elite defenseman. Norris conversation, maybe defenseman. I don't know if he can even do that with, being a second pair guy and second power play minutes, but whatever. That caliber of player. Or Benson become a 70-point guy. That's somebody catch lightning in a bottle. Because the moves that they make, I just think it's, tinkering. It's tinkering moves.
It's tinkering.
It's stuff that can make you marginally better, but is it something that's going to make you make up a 15-point gap between what you were in the playoffs? Because that would be incredible to me if Michael Kesselring, Alex Lyon, and Josh Doan, who again I kind of all like to some degree, it would be incredible, though, if they were the catalyst to being a 75-point team versus being a 90-point team.
And a 90-point team often is, not enough.
It's not, right. That's just in the race.
Right. Well, tinkering, is it very much like what they did with their coaching staff, which was change out the strength and conditioning coach? And what they do with GM, they tinkered. They added some pieces around the guy that was there. They didn't change the GM. They added a senior advisor. They added a special assistant. So the offseason has been about tinkering in just about every department. They tinkered with the GM office. They tinkered with the coaching staff. And they tinkered with the roster. Maybe that's what they wanted to do. Because if Kevin Adams doesn't get them to the playoffs this year, if, by the way, they do, you ever think about that? What if they did make it? Would there be a parade? Would he feel like he's a made man now for a decade or 5 more years?
Lifetime contract.
You've shown you could get them there. So, all right, well, I know I can get them there. I'll do it again. Sometimes I wonder about that. Again, the Byram deal on its own, I don't think is terrible. It's not. They certainly have the cap space. They are spending more against the cap than I thought they would. They're going to have about $5 million in space, which I'm impressed that they've spent that much. They could still, of course, spend 5 more, but I don't know who you'd spend it on.
No, there's no free agent available. Out there now. It would have had to have been a trade. A trade where you'd be acquiring more salary. You could want to do that all you want. That's trading a prospect for someone else's good player, right? That's a trade everybody wants to see. It's a trade they probably also want to make, but you're at the time of the year where I don't think you're really finding that from anybody. On the cap thing, this is kind of weird in the league, I guess, where remember when the NFL cap has gone up, really drastically went up the first time, and then after that, and the NBA was the same thing where, hey, you got all this new money, cap went up, go ahead. What did teams do? Spent it, right? They went nuts. All the NBA. I remember the first NBA offseason where that happened, and it was totally. Remember Matthew Dellavedova?
I do not.
This Australian guy.
I remember him. If you're going to his contract, I do not remember that.
He was the guy that was with LeBron in that first finals against the Warriors. That was in the hospital from chasing Steph Curry around.
Yes,
he got $30 million a year the first time the NBA cap went up, and everyone was like, "What did you just do? $30 million a year." The NHL right now, everybody is way below the cap. Nobody spent the money, and is that just because nobody has money to spend? That could be because you can't renegotiate contracts in the NHL, right? NFL cap goes up. You can get a bunch of star players saying, "Oh, I want more. I want to rip up my deal and start over." And you can't do that in the NHL because Tage Thompson can't tell the Sabres, "I want $10 million a year."
That's right.
He can't say that. So the Sabres right now, they're middle of the pack. Nashville, Minnesota, Carolina, Seattle, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Calgary, Columbus, Winnipeg, San Jose, Chicago, Anaheim. All have more cap space right now.
Well, one possible explanation for that is, if we could borrow a headline from the NFL, collusion. And the major difference between the NFL and the NHL, so the cap goes up. That's great. The cap goes up. A lot of teams are not going to want to go anywhere near it. And in the NFL, why do teams spend above the cap? Why do teams work these contracts to – that's one thing you can do in the NFL. You can massage it and be way over the cap in a certain year, but you're under it on your numbers. In the NHL, if I'm Toronto or if I'm trying to pick a team here, Boston, or teams that spend to the cap, Toronto has some room.
The teams right now that are spending right at the cap are Vegas, Montreal, Florida, Edmonton, Philly, the Rangers, Tampa.
So what I'm getting at is I probably have a good handful of teams in the NHL that I know will not even come close to spending the cap ever and have no interest.
Right.
So now my market as an NHL team is, all right, how many teams are willing to give this player this money? Is it 10? It's not 32. In the NFL, you probably have to worry about more teams, 30 to 25 to 30 that will spend because the money's just, printing every single year. In the NHL, I just don't know if that's true. You've got teams operating at a loss and getting revenue sharing money to stay above board. In the NFL, I've got every single player's salaries paid by the television contracts.
Almost like if Myles Garrett were to hit the open market, how many of the 32 teams would be willing to give him $40 million a year?
32.
And when Mitch Marner hits the open market, how many of those teams would be willing to give him $15 million?
6. That's what I think. Might be 10. Might be 12.
But it's not 32.
It's not 32.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's probably right.
Anyway, yeah, they did not spend all the cap space. All right. So Bo Byram is back for 2 more years. Maybe they could just trade him. Maybe this locks in. I feel like they're not going to trade him, because if you were going to trade him, how does it work with arbitration, the rules on arbitration? He goes to arbitration, he wins that. You could still trade him.
You can, yeah. And all he can determine on his own is
term,
which they gave him the term he probably would have picked anyway.
He picked 2 years, and they gave him 2 years. They walk him right to unrestricted free agency. I don't know. To me, Byram is a guy that when they acquired him, it was somewhat exciting, and now he's just, I don't know. He's not exactly an inspiring player to me. They want to be tougher to play against. They want to be defensively strong. He's not that. He's not one of those players.
No, he's not that. In fact, if you look at like some of the fancy numbers, he's got some good offensive numbers, which are probably all with Darlene. He's got some bad defensive numbers.
Yep.
Bad defensive numbers.
Well,
he's your most one-dimensional offensive defenseman in the whole core. Like, undoubtedly.
Yep.
Like, he is the most one-dimensional defenseman that they have. You can have guys like that, but you would like to believe they could coexist. Like without the superstar. But I do like him with Darlene more than others. I don't think you need to value that at $6 million a year. And it's why I think a trade still makes the most sense for him, because I can plug in a guy next to Darlene and get pretty good results with almost anyone. Jacob Bryson's had good numbers with Darlene. That being said, I think Byram is better with Darlene than others. His ability to move around the offensive zone, he's a good skater. I think he's got a good shot for his position. I think offensively, he does give you more from Darlene's going to give his partner a lot of opportunities, no matter who that person is. And he's going to give you a lot of offensive zone time, because when Darlene's on the ice, you're often going to have the puck. Byram, I think, can capitalize on that more than others. I just think you've seen now, though, that's not worth $6 million, because the second Darlene goes out of the lineup and I'm on a 10-game losing streak while Byram's my number one defenseman, it looks like a disaster. So he's a fine player. I think with Darlene, you're going to get good results, but you better not take him away from him.
803-0550. If you want to throw a thought at us about Bo Byram, we're happy to have it. Coming up today, the Chargers are going to give us new uniforms today. They get a third jersey today.
Nice.
Yeah. Alternate jersey, third jersey.
Are they going to do... They more than anyone feel like they just mess around with colors and do the same thing every time. Right? Remember that they have an alternate with like the lightning bolt where it's blue on the inside of the lightning bolt, and like that's kind of the only difference. And this is not the Rivalries uniform, right? I don't think.
No, it's not. So
this is just something brand new.
At Chargers.com, can I tell you, they have preemptively kind of given a teaser about what they're going to look like, but not much.
Okay.
Everything you need to know about the Chargers uniforms that are going to be revealed today. When will they be revealed? Today. Timing will be confirmed publicly in the days preceding the launch. Okay, I haven't seen that timing. What will they look like? You'll have to wait and see. We're not going to spoil the surprise, but come on, it's the Chargers. You know the look will be clean and fresh. Love it. Love getting ahead of it. Because what happens when a new uniform gets revealed? Every comment, you're required by law to say, ooh, so clean. You have to say that. You have to say, these are clean.
Yeah.
And the Chargers are saying you will find them clean and fresh. They did post a teaser video, and all it was a Charger player walking in a storm with some jerseys that they already wear. I don't know if these storm clouds indicate something else. Could they go to some sort of gray?
Yeah, because
the storm clouds that roll in the teaser video almost indicate a slate gray storm cloud kind of look.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. Something like that. So we'll see if anything comes out.
Because I'm looking at a graphic from a couple years ago. The Chargers, like, what can they do off of their own that they haven't already done? Like, they've done every shade of blue.
Gray.
They've done all the combinations. Gray, is gray, though, clean and fresh?
I don't know, but here's what they're going to do. They're going to go gray, and it's going to be to pay tribute to storms and the naval fleet and Navy bases and ships. There's my guess.
That would be cool. Maybe. They also have not done like all yellow, like a yellow uniform or a yellow helmet. They haven't done that.
That's true.
From what I'm
well, that's coming out today. My guess is it'll be like after our show because they're on the West Coast, but maybe they get leaked. Anyway, there you go. Chargers uniforms come out today. Garrett Wilson signs, second-round picks. I've got an as a goalie for you, Owen. I hope you're prepared. As a goalie. Yes, there's a brief as a goalie today.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Join us on the phone lines, 803-0550, or in the chat. The chat is off to a raucous start today.
Oh, what do we got? What's
you don't want to know.
I don't want to know?
Listen, I say this with love. There are a lot of bad points in the chat right now. A lot of bad points. I'm talking to you guys, in the YouTube chat. Now, I'm probably making bad points too. But in the chat, it's been a morning. We're having a morning. We're going to get ourselves on track, get some coffee, shake out the cobwebs. We'll talk Bo Byram. We'll talk to Paul later today. Tyler Dunn at 7 on Dalton Kincaid, and lots more to get to. 803-0550 on WGR.
I'm optimistic about, a couple of these individuals, but their offseason consisted of the biggest guy they brought in was a defenseman who played on Utah's third pair last year. They brought in the Red Wings backup goaltender, and they brought in a fourth liner from Columbus. And the Penguins' number 6 defenseman. That's their offseason. By the way, every one of those teams, look at the teams they brought guys in from that were not playing important roles. Kesselring, third pair defenseman in Utah. Lyon, backup goalie in Detroit. Timmins, 6th defenseman in Pittsburgh. None of these teams were good. They brought depth role players off teams that weren't even good from last year. And that's going to make them better. They got rid of a guy that was playing an important role off a team that wasn't very good in Peterka. So I wouldn't make the case that they're better unless Kesselring is way better than he was with the Mammoth. Or, again, here we are kind of waiting probably for young guys to save the day. Right? Owen Power, please become an elite defenseman. Elite defenseman. Norris conversation, maybe defenseman. I don't know if he can even do that with, being a second pair guy and second power play minutes, but whatever, that caliber of player. Or Benson become a 70-point guy that's somebody catch lightning in a bottle, because the moves that they make, I just think it's tinkering. It's tinkering moves.
It's tinkering.
It's stuff that can make you marginally better, but is it something that's going to make you make up a 15-point gap between what you were in the playoffs? Because That would be incredible to me if Michael Kesselring, Alex Lyon, and Josh Doan, who again I kind of all like to some degree, it would be incredible though if they were the catalyst to being a 75-point team versus being like a 90-point team.
And a 90-point team often is, not enough.
It's not right. That's just in the race.
Right. Well, tinkering, is it very much like what they did with their coaching staff, which was change out the strength and conditioning coach? And what they do with GM, they tinkered. They added some pieces around the guy that was there. The big picture stuff with the Sabres, I wonder if they've been spooked off of those early long extensions that they signed everybody to, right? For a while there, it was Cousins, Thompson, Samuelson. I mean, everybody got extensions.
Luukkonen was the next year, but that didn't go great.
You think they've been scared off those?
It'd be hard not to. How many of them really went great?
They thought it was good business, and it looks like they've been scared off it.
Yeah, the Tage deal went great. You signed Tage early, and you probably have him for $3 million less per year than you otherwise would have. But Samuelson, it didn't work, and Cousins, it didn't work, and Luukkonen, it didn't work. So how's the strategy going right now? I mean, they really should have bought out Samuelson this offseason. That one went, I think, as poorly as it possibly could have after 58 games in the league, if that's the number. That's the number in my head. The Sabres and Bo Byram are coming to an agreement from last night on a 2-year deal worth $6.25 million. That's before they reach arbitration, which would have been later this month or at the beginning of August. 2 years means that Byram will be an unrestricted free agent at the end of this current contract. The Jets signed wide receiver Garrett Wilson, 4 years, $32.5 million per year. 90 of his $130 million is guaranteed. 49ers wide receiver Juwan Jennings wants a new contract or to be traded. However, multiple reports say he does not plan to hold out from training camp. Cal Raleigh wins the home run derby last night. And tonight is the MLB All-Star Game. Shohei Ohtani batting leadoff. And tonight's game will get rolling at, I believe it's at 8 o'clock tonight. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's too low. It's Cal Raleigh's season. It's Cal Raleigh's derby. 18 home runs in the final, and Cal Raleigh joins Ken Griffey Jr. as the only Mariners champions and becomes the first catcher in 39 years to win the Home Run Derby.
The Big Dumper wins the Derby in Atlanta. Saw a little bit of the stat cast of that. I'll say of all the advancements in the history of sports television, StatCast was offering the same thing that golf offers, which is the ball flight. Mm-hmm. Who knew that when Fox and the puck tracking technology started, and we thought that's the worst thing ever?
Yeah,
it would be totally useful and improve our lives as golf fans. And baseball home run derby, I think that actually helped a lot. Instead of just crack, there's a ball, and all right, switch to a camera that somehow caught it in midair, and he's watching a ball fly through it. Instead, I actually get to see the arc of it like a batter would.
Sure.
I think it's pretty cool. So I like the track, like the trackmen on the golf, and the trackmen kind of had that trackman look on the home run derby last night.
What sport should be next? Do we need it in football?
No.
Trail off the football?
No. What sport do we need the trail for next?
I think, don't they have it in the next gen cast for Amazon?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
The next gen cast does follow the receivers' routes and all that.
That's what I'm thinking of. It's the trail of the receiver and the route
and
that they take. I like that.
And they'll show the blitzing players, the guys that are going to drop in coverage. Yeah,
that's right. But the football, I don't think they do anything with.
No, I don't think so. So that was cool. I appreciated that last night, watching a little bit of the next gen stats cast or whatever it was, the Statcast. Sorry, next gen stats is NFL. This was just the ESPN2 Statcast. I like it. Into it.
Wait, so you weren't watching the Derby, you were watching the
Statcast.
So that view I saw of the home run trail wasn't the actual.
That was on ESPN2.
Okay, that wasn't the. I thought that was the actual broadcast, but that was okay.
I don't know how often they mixed it in, but ESPN2 had the Statcast.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which was good. 803-0550 on the Bo Byram signing. 2 years for him, a little over $6 million per year. The Sabres do not get a trade done. And instead, looks like Bo Byram will be back for another year or two, unless they could still trade him today. Also, Tyler Dunn, 7 on Dalton Kincaid. I got a good question on Kincaid. We'll get to Josh in Newfoundland, though. Josh, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, crew. Good morning, chat. Good morning, everyone there as well. Have yourself a great day. And speaking of great day, Bo and Byram, a 2-year deal. For that cap hit, you know what that tells me? That tells me that Adams is still got something in the works. That Adams is going to be bringing in a top 6 forward and spend to the cap floor. How many times can we say that as Sabres fans, that we're going to spend the extra money there as well? I do believe there is something strong and brewing here now. Like Joe said, we gave up Peterka, and we got a couple of, character guys, better defensive players. Peterka didn't want to be here. He's a one-dimensional player, really good player, but, when defense, we all know about that. Now we get Doan, who's got that DNA genetics with him, cool, calm, under pressure. I know it's going to happen. And Kesselring, this guy is quick on the blue line, and Tage Thompson and Kesselring were going back-to-back last year as far as goal, hardest shots resulting in a goal scored. And so he's got a bullet of a shot. He's very quick, and he's a coachable guy. And that's exactly what Lindy Ruff has. The more tools we can give Lindy Ruff, the better we're going to be. Are we going to score as many goals? Maybe not. We'll see. But we'll be better defensively, and our guys are getting older. And I do believe that we will be in contention for that playoff spot. Listen, guys, always great to be talking to you. Have yourself a great day. Till next time. Be well, and go Sabres!
All right, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
It's as good as you could do, I think.
It's as good as you could do. And the thing I always get to is I think the best way to think the Sabres are having a good offseason is to not ever look at anyone else's. That's it.
Yeah.
Other teams have also tried to improve, and those teams have done, all of them, more. Mm-hmm. Almost every team has done more. The Sabres have done very little. The Peterka trade is something that, again, is kind of forced on them. And maybe they came out with that and are better defensively. And I tell you a million times, the Lions signing is a good one. They needed to do something there instead of just trying to roll back James Reimer or trust Levi and UPL. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's an optimist's look, and that's an explanation for how it could go well. The difficult thing is there are other teams.
Right.
Like, there are other teams, and some of them got a lot better. Some of them at least try to get a lot better. The Islanders have gotten a lot better, have they not?
The Islanders, well, they got the number 1 overall pick, and then they added a couple other pieces. Montreal added Noah Dobson from the Islanders, right?
Right.
And Montreal's one. I'm looking right now, actually. If you look at like Eastern Conference odds, they've fallen so far behind teams that we're riding right with them for the last. Like right now, the Sabres are only better in their odds to win the East, which of course is like a pipe dream. They're only better than 2 teams. The 2 teams are kind of funny that it's Boston and Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
those are the 2 teams they're better than. But plus 4,500, Ottawa, who you were right there with, neck and neck, year after year after year. Ottawa's plus 1,200. They are 4 times more likely to go deep into the playoffs, just by the odds, than the Sabres are. And that's reflective of where they are. They're far beyond where the Sabres are.
Yep.
Montreal was a team I never thought would pass them. I thought Detroit might and Ottawa might, but Montreal's jumped them. And
it is
like those are the teams that we were comparing them to for years, and they're clearly in last amongst all of them.
Yeah. Well, the other part of it is, like, glad to hear you positive, Josh. Thanks for calling. We've kind of talked about this, like the one-dimensional blast on a player. Like Peterka's one-dimensional. Okay, good. Yeah. Glad he's gone. Byram is too. Byram is a one-dimensional player. He helps you offensively. He does not really help you defensively. He's a liability. But if you throw him with Dahlin, maybe you can hide that.
Like where do they, like in the division, where does their biggest move rank compared to these other teams? Like all due respect to Josh and like the optimism for like Kesselring, but it's not a bigger move than the Red Wings trading for John Gibson, is it? Doesn't that move the meter a lot more than anything the Sabres did?
They would hope. I mean, goalie can be voodoo, but yeah.
A little bit. The Canadiens, who I just mentioned with Dobson, that's a bigger move. They added a $10 million defenseman. The Sabres might have tried to add him, but they didn't. That's a bigger move.
And that's a team, again, you have to chase down these teams.
Right. At one point, you were level with them, trying to figure out how, none of them could do it. And now they're all above you. I don't know that Ottawa's done it, but Ottawa has, Ottawa made the playoffs.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Thanks for the phone call. What else? Kincaid. Did you read Tyler Dunn's long piece on Dalton Kincaid?
I did, yes.
There's a bunch of good stuff in there about his mental approach, the injuries he was going through, and
Micah Hyde's role.
That's probably the most memorable part of it is, after that game in Kansas City when Kincaid is unable to catch that ball, it all got me to a maybe it's a Twitter poll, but on Kincaid, where is everybody? If you are disappointed, where are you disappointed? And you give you 2 options: in the player or in the usage. Where are you disappointed in the way that Kincaid has gone to this point? Disappointed in the player or disappointed in the usage? When he's on the field, he gets targeted.
Right.
We know that.
Doesn't that mean you can't really be that upset with the usage?
A little bit. Year 1, he was super efficient and super good. What happened this year? Allen missed him a lot.
That's right.
Allen it's one of the things that was in the NFL's top 10 quarterbacks. When Jeremy Fowler's piece, he ranked all the quarterbacks, that Allen had the highest rate of off-target throws of any of the top 10 quarterbacks, 18%. And I don't have the actual numbers. I'm kind of just guessing and I'm joking a little bit. Were all of them to Kincaid? All the misses? Missed Kincaid a lot.
Kincaid had the highest rate of uncatchable targets for a tight end. So a lot. Yes, I think the answer
funny
is
because
most of them were Kincaid.
Here I have where targeted when he's on the field, you can't be upset about the usage.
Right.
When he gets targeted, highest rate of uncatchable passes, can't be mad at the player. It kind of does. It does read like something that, if it comes together, it'll look like it's supposed to. When the ball hits him, he catches. He does not drop a lot of passes. He dropped a really important one. That's in Tyler's piece.
He had a couple last year. I think his. I'll find the exact number on it, but his rate spiked. Like his drop rate from year 1 to year 2 went up. It wasn't just the drop at the very end. He had, if you include the playoffs, he had 8 drops last year compared to 5 the previous year. But by percentage, I mean, he had fewer targets. So he went from like a 4% drop rate to like, it looks like it was like 10%. So it more than doubled, or just about doubled from the previous season. So, and that's the thing he was supposed to be like rock solid at. Like, that guy's not going to drop the ball when it comes around him. I guess my disappointment in the player is just I'm still searching for the thing he's elite at. What's the thing that got him drafted in the first round?
Two things. Supposed to be his hands, and his ability to work zones, right? To be a matchup nightmare, he's going to beat linebackers. He's going to work defensive backs.
Why is he going to beat linebackers? Why is he going to beat linebackers? Why is he a matchup nightmare?
Because he's not elitely fast. Because
he's not elitely fast. He's not elitely big.
Because he's fluid. Because he has the knack for doing that. Because in football, you can have a knack for doing that. You can understand leverages. You can blah, blah, blah.
That's right.
That's the answer. I don't know if we're going to get that, but
the more you're gonna hate this answer, but the more he plays football, the more I feel like the best case scenario for him is he's Zach Ertz. He's going to catch short passes and he's going to catch short passes his whole career.
Has he never been good at yak? I mean, Zach Ertz is the poster child for never actually even having any yards after catch.
He'll do more with the ball, but the types of plays he's going to catch, like, I don't see him vertically stressing any defense.
Right. Well, Allen missed him on a couple of those.
That's right.
He missed him against Detroit. He missed him against Houston. He had opportunities.
Yep.
We'll talk to Tyler Dunn about Kincaid coming up at the top of the hour, and what he had to say about all this is he looks for a bit of a bounce back. Physically, mentally, all of it. If you read Tyler's piece, you know. If you haven't, we'll get you a little sneak preview of that. Tyler had some really good stuff on Kincaid. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. My question would be, I got one question for everybody out there. If you still follow the hockey team in town, the Buffalo Sabres, and pay attention to their off seasons, if they had not traded Peterka because they didn't want to, like Peterka wanted them to move him.
Right.
So if he didn't want to be moved, what would the off season have been? Because here's Bo Byram on the team, extended for 2 years, because you couldn't get a deal done. You couldn't get a trade done. If you had not traded Peterka, who wanted that to happen, he made that happen. What would your offseason have been? A Connor Clifton trade and Alex Lyon? Is that your offseason?
That might have been it, which is that is the equivalent of nothing. That is nothing.
There's nothing.
That is doing
nothing.
It is adding a rotational goalie and a third pair defenseman that maybe plays, if you're lucky, he's on the ice 17 minutes a night.
Yeah.
Like, if you're lucky.
You know, maybe the Byram deal, it's not exactly the same, but Garrett Wilson got a big contract yesterday. Why'd they sign him? Because he's good. Byram is not Garrett Wilson. But
no,
I don't want to live in a spot, Joe, where I'm endlessly saying, oh, get rid of everybody, because that's not the single player that makes you better. It's tough to evaluate the Sabres with Kevin Adams at the helm right now, because the general feel is that it's always inaction, and it's always can kicking down the road. And this Byram deal looks like a can kick to me. We're not ready. We don't like the value. We don't have to get rid of him. So we'll sign it for 2 years. And what's the chance in the next 2 years he gets traded for a draft pick at the deadline? 80%? 40%? It's definitely a likely outcome. Right. I mean, if you were to set the over-under on years, how many more years will Byram play with the Sabres? You'd set it at 2.5, and everybody alive would bet the under.
Mm-hmm.
If you set it at 1.5 complete years, you might bet the under. Does he get traded at this deadline because... Ready for this? Hey, Byram might be desirable, guys. It's not just a rental. There's a year of term on this, too.
Mm-hmm.
We heard that a million times. The Sabres did that when they traded for Brad Boyes. So
yes.
it more represents a disappointment about the larger offseason. And I can't say that Kevin Adams can do everything he wants because no move clauses do exist. But I came to this offseason hoping it would be some version of, hey, could they package Peterka and Byram and 9 for something of real significance. Like, hey, can we dream big about a move? And instead, what did we get? Peterka got traded in a deal where it was, well, they did the best they could, and Byram got re-signed because they couldn't find a deal.
Right.
And the 9th pick got drafted because they couldn't find a deal. And Alex Lyon came in, which I think is maybe their best move this offseason, was to get a decent goalie at a good amount, a journeyman who might be able to help backstop your backup spot or even take the starting job if your backup or whatever, if your starter isn't good enough. So the whole offseason is just uninspiring, which is pretty much kind of their theme quite often. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, July 15th today. Bills rookies report to training camp today. So the T.J. Sanders and second-round pick story, I want to thank Sigmund Bloom, who put the proper context on this for me. I had not yet done this on vacation. I would have and should have, and he wrote it out perfectly. That these NFL owners are colluding to not pay these second-round picks guaranteed salaries, which is definitely what is happening. They're all agreeing, we don't want to fully guarantee second-round contracts.
Yep.
And I've got to let's get stupid for this a little bit later on. Sigmund Bloom pointed out that the value of Jaden Higgins' contract that he signed with the Texans, which is the last one that got signed. Up next would be Nick Emenwari of Seattle. They're not fully guaranteeing his deal. He hasn't signed it yet, and on, all the way down to T.J. Sanders, all the way down to Trey Harris, who is not present as Chargers rookies report. Sigmund Bloom pointed out the full value, the total value of that Jaden Higgins contract is about $11 million. The total value.
Over 4 years?
4 years.
Is $11 million.
$11 million over 4 years. Which, Bills fans, what's that in Bills money? That's Josh Palmer for a year.
Yep.
That is the full value of a 4-year contract that the NFL is going to war over. And I understand why. Precedent. You don't want fully guaranteed contracts for anybody. Whenever there's a fully guaranteed contract, people get mad, right? You got mad at the Browns for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
You got mad at, didn't Kirk Cousins get fully guaranteed deals?
Cousins did.
Anytime there's
usually it's reserved for like the top end quarterback.
Usually reserved for top free agents.
Yeah.
I can pick where I go. I'm going to get a fully guaranteed deal. So here you have second round picks. And it is another look into the NFL where what did all these teams say about their second round picks? Like, oh, couldn't believe he's there. Perfect fit for us. Amazing, 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 amazing. Okay, you want to give him the same amount of money you gave, a middle tier roster player you signed a month ago? Oh, no, we couldn't do that. We can't guarantee it for 4 years. We've got his rights for 4 full seasons. His entire NFL career hinges on what happens in these next 4 seasons. Injuries, fit, everything. Oh, okay, well, then you're going to guarantee that money? Oh, no, never do that. We can't do that.
Yeah.
$11 million over 4 years. These are cheap deals. But I get it. You don't want to guarantee more money. You don't want to keep letting people in. It's, it's business. It's negotiation. It's back and forth. But it is kind of wild because I saw one person on the WGR Instagram account comment, send all these players back to the draft to teach them a lesson. It's like, you, sir, are on the wrong side of this.
Yeah.
It is the wrong side to be on. There is one side to be on, and the side should be the players. The players who've worked their entire life to play in this league, the only league they can play in. They are drafted to a spot with a union and a CBA and framework that they are not in control of, and here they have one opportunity to say, hey, how about you just guarantee that 4-year contract? It's the value of a middle-class wide receiver for 1 year.
For 1 year.
1 year.
Right.
On a 4-year deal. So, of course, the second-round picks, good luck to them.
Is it weird that it's happening with second-round picks and not first-round picks?
First-round picks.
Fifth-round picks, though, have the fifth-year option.
Fifth-year options, which, yes.
And that kind of makes the big difference in the money.
Right. That balloons their money quite a bit. Yes.
And the only argument on the owner's front, which I don't think is believable, is, well, okay, Jaden Higgins. His cap hit in year 4 is $3.7 million.
Okay.
What if we miss on the second-round pick? When the Bills miss on Boogie Basham, do they want to be invested for $3+ million
Definitely
locked in that 4th year? But I don't know how believable that really is. Sure, yes, you would have to manage that. It would be harder to get rid of if you wanted to than if you didn't fully guarantee it. But what is $3.7 million in 2028 going to really be? What's the cap going to be? What's the equivalent? Right. $3.7 million then might actually be the same as the $2.1 million that guy costs now.
Yep.
Or something close to it.
803-0550. Tyler Dunn of GoLongTD.com. We'll talk to him about Dalton Kincaid. He wrote a big, long piece about Dalton Kincaid. And if you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get a call in as well. 803-0550. Bills rookies report today. We'll talk a little about this rookie class and about TJ Sanders, whether or not he reports or how these picks each handle it, because they're set to miss time. At least the start. Practice is still 8 days away, so the league has some time to still kind of, iron this all out. Jeremy and Joe, happy Tuesday. Thanks for joining us here on WGR. The big picture stuff with the Sabres, I wonder if they've been spooked off of those early long extensions that they signed everybody to, right? For a while there, it was Cousins, Thompson, Samuelson. Everybody got extensions.
Luukkonen was the next year, but that didn't go great.
You think they've been scared off those?
It'd be hard not to. It'd be hard not. How many of them really went great?
They thought it was good business, and it looks like they've been scared off it.
Yeah, the Tage deal went great. You signed Tage early, and you probably have him for $3 million less per year than you otherwise would have. But Samuelson, it didn't work, and Cousins, it didn't work, and Luukkonen, it didn't work. So how's the strategy going right now? They really should have bought out Samuelson this offseason. That one went, I think, as poorly as it possibly could have after 58 games in the league, if that's the number. That's the number in my head. I'm optimistic about, a couple of these individuals, but their offseason consisted of the biggest guy they brought in was a defenseman who played on Utah's third pair last year. They brought in the Red Wings backup goaltender, and they brought in a fourth liner from Columbus. And the Penguins number 6 defenseman. That's their offseason. By the way, every one of those teams, look at the teams they brought guys in from that were not playing important roles. Kesselring, third pair defenseman in Utah. Lyon, backup goalie in Detroit. Timmins, 6th defenseman in Pittsburgh. None of these teams were good. They brought depth role players off teams that weren't even good from last year. And that's going to make them better. They got rid of a guy that was playing an important role off a team that wasn't very good in Peterka. So I wouldn't make the case that they're better unless Kesselring is way better than he was with the Mammoth. Or, like, again, here we are kind of waiting probably for young guys to save the day. Right? Like, Owen Power, please become an elite defenseman. Like, elite defenseman. Like, Norris conversation, maybe defenseman. I don't know if he can even do that with, being a second pair guy and second power play minutes, but whatever. That caliber of player. Or Benson become like a 70-point guy. That's somebody catch lightning in a bottle. Because the moves that they make, I just think it's, tinkering. It's tinkering moves.
It's tinkering.
It's stuff that can make you marginally better, but is it something that's going to make you make up a 15-point gap between what you were in the playoffs? Because that would be incredible to me if Michael Kesselring, Alex Lyon, and Josh Doan, who again I kind of all like to some degree, it would be incredible though if they were the catalyst to being a 75-point team versus being like a 90-point team.
And a 90-point team often is, not enough.
It's not right. That's just in the race.
Right. Well, tinkering, is it very much like what they did with their coaching staff, which was change out the strength and conditioning coach? And what they do with GM, they tinkered. They added some pieces around the guy that was there.
Overnight, the Sabres come to an agreement with Bo Byram on a new 2-year deal worth $6.25 million per. He was going to be headed to arbitration with the team at the end of the month or at the beginning of August. They get a deal done before that happens. 2-year deal means that Byram will become an unrestricted free agent at the end of the contract if he is not traded before that point. Byram, 24 years old. Sabres have about $6-7 million left in cap space at this moment. In football, the Jets signed wide receiver Garrett Wilson to a 4-year extension, $32.5 million per year. 90 of the $130 million total is guaranteed. San Francisco wide receiver Juwan Jennings reportedly wants a new contract or to be traded. However, there were also multiple reports yesterday that says Jennings does not plan to hold out from Niners training camp. In LA, Chargers reporting training camp. They place veteran receiver Mike Williams on the PUP list. The often injured receiver already finding himself on the PUP list at the start of training camp. Home Run Derby last night goes to Cal Raleigh. And tonight is the MLB All-Star Game, 8 o'clock for AL versus NL. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I got to be better for him. I didn't feel like I put him in enough good situations this year, ball placement-wise. Again, he can sit there and think about that play over and over, but I got to be better for him. That's what it comes down to, and getting him, more involved. I know he's been battling throughout the entire year, bumps and bruises, and probably games that he shouldn't have played he was in, but he's a tough sucker, and I got nothing but, again, love for him, how he's approached this year. He's going to be so much better next year. Let his body heal up, and I'm going to be better for him.
Josh Allen, talking about Dalton Kincaid there. We're going to get a little bit of chatter here on Kincaid with Tyler Dunn in just a moment. He has a long-form piece he just dropped yesterday about Kincaid and his attempt to bounce back physically, mentally from that drop in Kansas City, which, I know, Joe, I know that is a drop. I know you want your first-round pick to catch that ball, of course. I do feel similar to the Tyler Bass miss in that if he had made the catch, we don't know if they win the game. And also, after he drops that pass, the Bills have a chance to stop the Chiefs and don't. So it's not like last play of the game you definitely lost. It's a failure. It's a mistake. It's a miss. It's a failure to convert. But, there have been bigger we would have won if you did the thing plays. It was a very, very, very big play. I mean, the Diggs drop is similar to that. Would they have won if he catches that ball? Very possibly. But it doesn't mean you lost directly on that play. It's still something obviously would haunt a player. I get that.
That's true. The difference for me might be that I think they were definitely losing that football game, whether Bass makes the field goal or not. Bass makes the field goal, and you are giving Mahomes a minute 15 or whatever it was left. What's their win probability?
You're right. If
Bass makes the field goal, are they 15% to win the game?
No, it's higher than that. It's probably 35 or 40%.
Okay.
I remember when Bass walked on the field for that kick to tie it. I thought, let's go. This game is over. If you kick to tie, you're going to lose. And he missed it, and it was over. So,
and I had already maybe I should went too far with it, but I remember thinking I was in the stadium in the crowd, and Bass came out for the field goal, and I said out loud, "This game's over."
Yeah, right.
This game is over. The first step Bass takes on the field, I don't even care what happens with the field goal. It is over. Dalton Kincaid drops the ball at the Chiefs' 35-yard line with a minute 55 seconds to go. You would have had 1st and 10 at the Chiefs' 35 with minute 55 to go, 1st and 10.
Same kind
in
of
field goal range, down 3.
How different is it than where you were for Bass? Bass was closer with less time.
With less time.
What I'm saying is you might have found your way to get exactly to the Bass spot where Bass would walk on a 4th and 9 and kick it and make it, and then we see basically the same scene unfold, except this time the Chiefs have to score. Right. But in both cases,
it's not over at that point, and it's not you've won the game if you do this. That's the similarity. But to me, the Bills are still in great shape if Kincaid catches the pass.
Sure.
And if Bass makes the field goal, they're probably going to lose anyway.
That's right. It's not to say that the play, of course, I'm not saying it didn't matter. Just it's not on the 100th percentile of drops.
It's not Ronnie Harmon in the AFC Championship against Cleveland. It's not in the end zone you drop the pass and the game is over.
Right.
If Kincaid makes that drop in the end zone, I mean,
it's not even as bad.
It's 100 times worse.
Well, one catch that's in there in Tyler's piece. How about Mark Andrews Isn't Mark Andrews worse?
Mark Andrews is worse.
Mark Andrews is worse.
Not even just because he had two of them.
It's an easier catch, and he makes that catch and the game is tied. They still might lose. But
I guess for that, maybe it's not really that different. Like, it is, because wasn't this true of the Kincaid one, too? Like, the game is over when you drop that ball. But Andrews...
The game is not over.
The Bills kneel it, so that one, it's definitely over, right?
Yes.
Don't the Bills kneel it?
Well, they go for an onside kick, and they don't get it, and the Bills... Right.
The Bills have to force Kansas City to go 3 and out.
That's right, which they didn't do.
But what I'm saying is, if Kincaid catches that ball, you got work to do still, right?
For sure.
You got to go 35 yards and score. If Andrews catches that ball, they've still got a lot of work to do, because the Bills then have a minute plus with a tie game just needing a field goal.
I wonder if you went back into the Bills-Chiefs game here, the divisional game, where Bass missed the kick, would they have a 1st and 10 at that same yard line with 1:55? Like, how far off would they have been from being in literally the same game situation they were 3 plays before Bass kicks?
It might be. That's a good question. It might be about the same.
Yeah.
Because it's like a 40... How long is that Bass field goal? 46?
It's not that long. I didn't think it was that long.
Shorter than that? 42, maybe?
Yeah. Tyler Dunn joining us on the Wester Hotline. GoLongTD.com. He wrote a long piece about Dalton Kincaid yesterday. Tyler, we're talking about that drop. You know, you talked to Kincaid, you wrote about it, and wrote about his reaction to it. And, you know, I'm sure it's not something that he's breaking down the way that we just did, because he just probably looks at it in a binary, you know, should have caught it, would have caught it, didn't catch it kind of thing. And it's something that, you know, you laid out in your piece pretty well. His teammates talked to him about, and it's something that he'll have to kind of come back from here.
No doubt, fellas, and thanks for having me on to discuss. You know, in these conversations with these players, it's kind of like there's that elephant in the room, and neither one of us know that it can be avoided, but you don't really know, does the player want to discuss, you know, the worst moment of his sports life? Probably not right off the bat, right? Like, but to Dalton Kincaid's credit, I mean, he's staring down his demons face-to-face right now because he did it in the moment, right after it. He's in the locker room at Kansas City, and, you know, guys are consoling him. Everything's, you know, really emotional for good reason. There's tears, all of that. And he said that the person who really helped him snap out of that state and get to this point where he can feel good about 2025, and he attacked everything in the offseason the way he did, that player was Micah Hyde, right? Like, we're all kind of wondering, why is Hyde even around on the practice squad that final month of the season? I think it's for moments like this where Hyde went up to him, and we can only say so much on the AM radio airwaves here, but said, you know, effing wipe those tears away. Like, face the media, face the music. You need to talk about this right now. And he said, I wish I had somebody like that kind of giving me that tough love. He went through a similar play 11 years ago with Green Bay, dropping a Colin Kaepernick interception that could have won Green Bay that wild card game at Lambeau. So Dalton Kincaid really pointed to that moment. Micah Hyde kind of being, you know, abrasive, maybe a little strong, but giving him some tough love. Yeah. And that's exactly what he did. He wiped the tears away, boarded that flight back, got back to Buffalo, watched the film, right? They don't have to watch the film. I remember back in the 13 seconds game, a lot of guys, a lot of coaches, they didn't watch that film. They don't have to. The season's over. He watched that film. He met with McDermott, met with Bean, and just immediately attacked the offseason the way he did.
Yeah. Tyler's got a piece up his website, golongtd.com. You can go become a subscriber. You get really long-form stories, in-depth looks, in-depth conversations with players, with coaches, all that coverage around the NFL. Tyler, so, all right, let's talk Kincaid's comeback here. Because even without that drop, I feel like 2 years in, Bills fans have seen quite a bit from him, and there's lots to like, but there's more to be desired. How much do you feel like Kincaid feels that there's more that he can show, more that he can prove, whether it's being healthy or being a bigger part of the offense? What is Kincaid right now in terms of his drive to show he can do more?
Look, I get it. It's July, and everybody's in the best shape of their life, and every storyline and every one of the 32 NFL markets is going to be flowery and bubbly and rainbows and puppies. I mean, that's just the nature of this time of year. I genuinely buy that Dalton Kincaid is going to blow up in year 3 for a million reasons. And a lot of it's physical. Both knees, as we've kind of gotten into in the past, were were in bad shape. He couldn't even really bend them. He had the PCL in one, bursitis in the other, just fluid building up and not really knowing what in the hell going on. So once he figured that out, okay, like here's what I had, and he still Googles it. What is it called? The Morale Leviel, or I'm probably mispronouncing it. But I think it's more psychological because you go through history, you look at all these tight end grades. Like so many of these guys, like they face this moment early in their career. You know, George Kittle at Iowa, I mean, he had to meet with a sports psychologist. He had all kinds of anxiety. He started drawing a red dot on his wrist tape, slammed it after every bad play, kind of reset mentally. That was his thing. Tony Gonzalez, who Dalton Kincaid looked up to as his favorite player growing up, he had 16 drops in year two. I mean, he was terrible. And Dalton Kincaid, it didn't get this bad for him. I mean, Gonzalez is locking himself in a bedroom, drinking Jack and Cokes, depressed, and he basically had to literally look in the mirror and say, look, I think I'm doing everything I got to do, everything the coaches say, I've got to do more. And that's kind of when he started his legendary routine of catching 100 balls before every single practice. There's all of these tight ends had this like man in the mirror moment where everything kind of clicks. And I think you have to face those demons kind of head on. You can't just bury it and never watch that film and pretend like that play at Kansas City didn't happen, which by the way, it's a hard play to make, but one Dalton Kincaid knows he should make. And I think the fact that he kind of faced it head on is huge. And this is somebody who is far more mentally tough, physically tough than I certainly thought. I mean, he played with cracks in his back, and his tight ends coach at Utah gets into that in our story. I mean, literal cracks in the vertebrae, played the Pac-12 championship game, wanted to play in the bowl game, which guys don't want to play in anyways. So he's that, and he's hungry. I think there's a competitive fire to Dalton Kincaid that, yeah, to your point, Jeremy, like he knows the stakes. He knows the team's counting on him. And he knows that they're going to get to the Super Bowl. He's probably going to have to make that play in that moment in the playoffs again.
Tyler Dunn, golongtd.com with us. It sounds like, too, like there's toughness in fighting through all that, and then there's also preventing those injuries, which is a little bit of kind of what the Bills sounded like at the end of the season, Tyler. But him living here throughout the winter and going to the facility kind of sounds like he took all of that very seriously.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Everybody listening knows what this winter was like. I mean, Western New York in February, March, April. This one especially, it just dragged, and a lot of these players they can't wait to get the hell out of here. Right? They lose a playoff game and they're gone. Like they're going to a beach. They're going to their families. They're not to be seen again until everybody's got a report for workouts in April. So that's like the inclination is to hit eject, especially after a game and a play like that. But he took, Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott were blunt. They wanted him to strengthen up. Armor up, I think, is the term that Brandon Beane has used a lot. And he didn't want to waste any time. He took a few weekend trips, and I know his parents in Las Vegas, that's where he's from, they came out to Orchard Park and spent a little time with him. But pretty much the entire offseason, Dalton Kincaid is here in Western New York. It's just him and his golden doodle. They go to Knox State Farm Park. They hit Chestnut Ridge up. They walk around Orchard Park. Other than that, he's at One Hills Drive, and he's lifting weights and more weights and more weights. And that's the concern, right? Like, is he going to beef up and become, I don't know, pick your 90s tight end, Mark Bruner, Jay Remersma. I heard Bean's comment, McDermott's comment, and you wonder, all right, you got this rare weapon. You don't want to, overcompensate. And he insisted that the conversations with the GM, with the head coach, and the training staff were daily, and they did believe there was this needle to thread, get to 245, rock solid, don't get up to 260, and always incorporate agility drills, athletic-type movements that he's going to need to implement on the field. So I think Will Greenberg really took the lead on all of this, right? He's the head of strength, and he's kind of working all these different exercises in there. But don't get it twisted. They're lifting a lot of weights, and he's planning on lifting weights throughout the season. I think that was his mistake looking back is, maybe it's that basketball pass, right? Like you wonder, is this going to throw off my jump shot if I'm lifting weights? But he saw Matt Collins lift weights in October, November, December, and still be fresh, still feel good the entire season. And I know that this year, that's what Dalton Kincaid plans on doing.
Tyler Dunn, golongtd.com. He has a big, long piece on Dalton Kincaid, his latest that he's dropped at his website. You can check that out. You know, Tyler, as we look for year 3, you're saying you're expecting a breakout. Did you get any sense from Kincaid about you said he knows the stakes. This is a team in the AFC Championship game last season. They're favored in every game they play this year. Mm-hmm. I feel like one of the big things about these Bills is last year they were able to say no one believes in us. They think we're going to be bad. You could find somebody picking them to not win the division. And this year, they're right back to living in the pressure cooker. And I wonder if you got any sense of that from Kincaid or the other players you spoke to about him, about where this team really does sit in regards to the NFL. Like, this is a team that the league looks at and thinks they should be in it. They should win one here. And that comes with a certain level of pressure.
It does. Yeah, I don't think and even last year, I know that was the hard sell, and look, and I guess to the Bills' credit, they probably spliced up the clips of people in the national media doubting them. There were those folks out there, but I mean, for the love of God, as long as you've got Josh Allen, you're going to be competing for a Super Bowl year in and year out. So I don't know. I think inherently that pressure has always been there. I think it's since 2020 really, when he blew up that COVID season. I mean, it's Super Bowl or bust. Year in and year out, and that's what everybody should be thinking. And yeah, I guess I'm trying to think back to the conversation with Dalton. He brought up Super Bowl, when I asked him, what do you expect out of yourself? What should everybody kind of envision if Dalton Kincaid is doing his thing? And he's like, moving good, feeling good, able to cut and bend and work with a reigning MVP. But he said again and again, it's all about the Super Bowl. Like, he didn't care about anything else other than winning a Super Bowl. And it's, I think we can kind of take that for granted. Like, but for a whole generation, you wouldn't hear anything like that being said from any Bills player or any Bills coach. It was so out of the realm of possibility that nobody's even thinking that. So for him to kind of nonchalantly just, reference that, like, I think it is Super Bowl or bust. I mean, everybody wants to slam that button that simulates the January. They should win the division. They should get into the playoffs. Maybe they even get that first-round bye. And I think that's maybe the message for Sean McDermott is, okay, if you're trying to figure out a message to sell for the Bills, that's probably it, because that's something they haven't been able to lock down. They haven't been able to rest that week and then host a Houston Texans as opposed to a Baltimore Ravens. It's a small thing. We're kind of working around the fringes, but earning that number 1 seed as opposed to the number 2 and hosting an AFC Championship game, which would be the last game in that stadium. I can't imagine the energy. That could be a goal, right? That could be something that you rally around if you're the Buffalo Bills.
Tyler Dunn, golongtd.com. Tyler, thanks for the time. Anybody wants to subscribe, I would highly recommend. Always great work, Tyler. golongtd.com. And the latest pieces from Tyler on Dalton Kincaid. Thanks, Tyler.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Thanks so much for having me.
So Kincaid and those expectations.
There's also a good chunk in here about him and Knox's relationship. Mm-hmm. And last week when you were off, when we had Joe Marino on, he said, we talked about Knox a little bit, like fully expect they're going to extend Knox after this season.
In part because cap space?
Yeah, he has a $17 million cap hit, but also, like, what he means to the locker room has been referenced a lot, and I think you do see some of that detail in Tyler's piece. Yeah. I think Knox had Knox had every reason to be mad when they drafted Kincaid, and you just really haven't had any of that.
Right. I think you might say, like, Knox is a lifetime bill. They're going to find a way to keep pushing, keep restructuring, all the way to the end.
Yeah.
Speaking of the end, Von Miller reportedly has 3 teams very interested. He is not signed yet. His agent told Brian Baldinger 3 teams are very interested.
Okay, we don't know the 3 teams?
We do not.
I would doubt the Bills are one of them.
Me too. Buff in Dallas is on the phone. Hey, Buff, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Man, I'm going to say what, a lot of players want to say, and I love these guys. Hats off to them. They're not signing because this is some BS with, not giving them guaranteed contracts. Eventually, it's going to move up to first-round players. In my opinion, first- and second-round players, it's almost like splitting hairs because it just depends on if you had an injury, whatever. You put your first-round grade, second-round grade. So they should be guaranteed contracts just like first-rounders. even all the way up to the 4th-round pick. But the thing is, why is there so much collusion in the NFL when it comes to the Players Association and the owners? Because the owners is just getting rich off this deal. And this is why, the NIL and the college players. So if I'm working my butt off as a player and I'm not being compensated, not given a guaranteed contract, I think that's going to take away from, some type of motivation when these guys. I know it's their dream, but it's almost like it's gonna hurt the NFL ultimately in the long run, because a guy that's really good and he's not going to get guaranteed that deal, but he's getting more money in college. I just want to get your opinion about that. To me, that don't sound right.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah. That's probably some good context there. Hey, you'll be a 1st-round pick or a 2nd-round pick. If you're a 1st, it's fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
If you're a 2nd, well, the league is fighting about that. And if you're a player that is maybe going to go late 1st, early 2nd, the difference between getting that money, first off, every single pick that goes by, you're losing a little bit of money, and then you're losing the guarantee on that. Like, that could be a big drop.
Right.
And could that trickle down to keep more guys in college? Johnny Manziel just said that if NIL existed when he were in college, he would have stayed in school and probably made more money. Think about the kind of money Johnny Manziel would have made if he stayed at Texas A&M for another year.
Yeah, I mean, so what was the Jaden Higgins one again? It was $11 million.
It's like
total?
$11 million total for a deal in the 2nd round. That's at the top of the 2nd round. It's 4 years, $11 million. If you signed any free agent off the street to 4 years, $11 million, people would say like, "Oh, that's nobody." Right. And that's how much that contract for Higgins costs. That is fully guaranteed. That the rest of the 2nd round will get cheaper from there. And this is where the kind of logjam is.
Well, because what's interesting is. Bear with me for a moment because it's a different position, it's different age bracket, different schools. But Jaden Higgins signed a 4-year contract. And I guess he's wrong to use because he got a fully guaranteed deal. What's a normal guarantee in a second round?
Partial guarantees.
Would it be $6 million, $7 million?
It might be $9 million. I don't know.
$9 million, okay. Over 4 years. The lineman that just signed with Texas Tech, signed like a landmark, like they just legalized this. 5-star offensive lineman Felix Ojo signed with Texas Tech. 3 years, $5.1 million, fully guaranteed. Yeah. And there was a revenue share part of the contract.
Jeez.
That could have the contract go even higher. And that does not include any NIL. Like if he gets, that would be true of Higgins too, right? Like if you get a sponsor with a car dealership that gets added on top. But 3 years, 5.1 fully guaranteed is competitive with a 4-year rookie contract. If you're talking about $9 million fully guaranteed, I don't know what the details of the revenue share part,
right?
Which almost sounds insane that you're giving a kid who's never played college football yet revenue sharing, but.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Paul at 8 o'clock to talk to us, give us his thoughts on the Bo Byram extension with the Sabres, 2 years, 6.25 for Byram. And when we get back, kind of a little offshoot of Tyler's conversation there, like Kincaid, owning it, owning the pressure, owning the drop. I had a thought yesterday, Joe, I want to run by you about the pressure of this moment for the Bills, and I want to know if it's okay to kind of stare at it in this way that I'd never thought of it before. It's coming up here on WGR. My question would be, I got one question for everybody out there. If you still follow the hockey team in town, the Buffalo Sabres, and pay attention to their off seasons, if they had not traded Peterka because they didn't want to, like Peterka wanted them to move him.
Right.
So if he didn't want to be moved, what would the off season have been? Because here's Bo Byram on the team, extended for 2 years, because you couldn't get a deal done. You couldn't get a trade done. If you had not traded Peterka, who wanted that to happen, he made that happen. What would your offseason have been? A Connor Clifton trade and Alex Lyon? Is that your offseason?
That might have been it, which is That is the equivalent of nothing.
There's nothing.
That is doing
nothing.
It is adding a rotational goalie and a third pair defenseman that maybe plays, if you're lucky, he's on the ice 17 minutes a night.
Yeah.
Like, if you're lucky.
Tyler, we're talking about that drop. You know, you talked to Kincaid, you wrote about it, and wrote about his reaction to it. And, you know, I'm sure it's not something that he's breaking down the way that we just did, because he just probably looks at it in a binary, you know, should have caught it, would have caught it, didn't catch it kind of thing. And it's something that, you know, you laid out in your piece pretty well. His teammates talked to him about, and it's something that he'll have to kind of come back from here.
No doubt, fellas, and thanks for having me on to discuss. You know, in these conversations with these players, it's kind of like there's that elephant in the room, and neither one of us know that it can be avoided, but you don't really know, does the player want to discuss, you know, the worst moment of his sports life? Probably not right off the bat, right? Like, but to Dalton Kincaid's credit, I mean, he's staring down his demons face to face right now because he did it in the moment. Right after it, he's in the locker room at Kansas City, and, you know, guys are consoling him. Everything's, you know, really emotional for good reason. There's tears, all of that. And he said that the person who really helped him snap out of that state and get to this point where he can feel good about 2025, and he attacked everything in the offseason the way he did, that player was Micah Hyde, right? Like, we're all kind of wondering, why is Hyde even around on the practice squad that final month of the season? I think it's for moments like this where Hyde went up to him, and we can only say so much on the AM radio airwaves here, but said, you know, effing wipe those tears away. Like, face the media, face the music. You need to talk about this right now. And he said, I wish I had somebody like that kind of giving me that tough love. He went through a similar play 11 years ago with Green Bay, dropping a Colin Kaepernick interception that could have won Green Bay that wild card game at Lambeau. So Dalton Kincaid really pointed to that moment. Micah Hyde kind of being, you know, abrasive, maybe a little strong, but giving him some tough love. Yeah. And that's exactly what he did. He wiped the tears away, boarded that flight back, got back to Buffalo, watched the film, right? They don't have to watch the film. I remember back in the 13 seconds game, a lot of guys, a lot of coaches, they didn't watch that film. They don't have to. The season's over. He watched that film. He met with McDermott, met with Bean, and just immediately attacked the offseason the way he did.
Signed defenseman Bo Byram, 2 years, $6.25 million. Byram can now become an unrestricted free agent at the end of the contract, but the two sides avoid arbitration. Trade could still happen. Jets signed wide receiver Garrett Wilson, 4 years, $32.5 million per year. 90 of his $130 million is guaranteed. Juwan Jennings, wide receiver in San Francisco, wants a new contract or to be traded. However, there are multiple reports that say that he does not plan to hold out from training camp. The Chargers are getting training camp rolling right now. They place Mike Williams, wide receiver, on the PUP list. The often injured receiver, already injured to start this year, although the injury is undisclosed. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
He brought up Super Bowl when I asked him, what do you expect out of yourself? What should everybody kind of envision if Dalton Kincaid is doing his thing? And he's like, moving good, feeling good, able to cut and bend and work with a reigning MVP. But he said again and again, it's all about the Super Bowl. Like, he didn't care about anything else other than winning a Super Bowl. And it's, I think we can kind of take that for granted. But for a whole generation, you wouldn't hear anything like that being said from any Bills player or any Bills coach. It was so out of the realm of possibility that nobody's even thinking that. So for him to kind of nonchalantly just, reference that, I think it is Super Bowl or bust.
Tyler Dunn of GoLongTD.com. He has a piece up about Dalton Kincaid. Good morning. It is Jeremy and Joe. Happy to have you along with us here on a humid, warm Tuesday. It's going to be hot today. We've got a real summer here, Bills rookies report to training camp today. That's exciting. TJ Sanders, we'll see because of the second-round pick stuff. Maybe you've heard a little bit about that. You've heard us talk about that.
He was at minicamp, I believe.
A lot of the
rookie minicamp. So he had been in attendance before this.
Rookies have been to, second-round picks have been. They've just been unsigned.
Yeah.
I have a small let's get stupid about that, but
okay.
Maybe we'll save that. And again, reporting for when the rookie report date is not the same as missing the first practice. First practice is a week from tomorrow. If all 30 of the 32 second-round picks that are unsigned right now, if they all miss the start of training camp, would the league and the teams feel like, well, all right, our guy's missing some reps, but everybody's players are missing reps outside of, Cleveland and Houston, who picked at the top?
Well, no, which one of those has a second guy?
Houston has a second guy later.
Houston still does have a guy that would be missing.
That's right.
That's not the first guy they picked.
803-0550. All right, so pressure. The pressure of the season. I had a thought yesterday, and I don't want this to be viewed as negative, but I think there are different types of sports fans. There are some sports fans that love it when your team is not thought of highly. Doubt us.
Yeah,
that's better. I don't want to be the favorite. A couple of years ago when the Bills signed Vaughn and they're the favorites, people got nervous. Oh, I don't like when I'm supposed to win. I'd rather be a scrappy underdog and prove them wrong.
This is like the poll we put up on Friday when you weren't here of what would you prefer, being the best golfer in a group or the worst golfer in a group? And more people voted for being the worst golfer in the group.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't want the expectations up, right? Or the pressure of I've got to perform.
Okay.
Not it's a bonus if I perform.
I did see that poll you guys put up. I thought it was interesting. A lot of context in there. Follow-up questions.
Oh, sorry, and more people did say best, but still it was pretty close. Anyways.
But it really comes down to, are you comfortable with acknowledging the pressure you're under? Our conversation there with Tyler, some people, they make a mistake. They want to burn the tape. He mentioned Kincaid wanted to see that play. The worst play you've ever had. Think about a Bills game. Have you ever watched 13 seconds back? Mm-hmm. Are you able to confront what was lost that day and go back and see it again?
Mm-hmm.
I've told you, I watched that Houston playoff game a bunch of times because to watch that's a big lead on the road. They blow that lead. It's kind of amazing. Have you watched it again? No, I can't. All right, I get that. Different strokes for different folks. The thought I had yesterday about the pressure on this Bills team, not just this year, but moving forward. And if they win the Super Bowl, then, like, let's go. Go win a second one. Like, we'll move to that quickly. Allen and Jackson are so unique in their sport right now. And we've also said, like, McDavid is here, as Hall of Fame players that have to win. You got to win. Mm-hmm. When we had that conversation yesterday with a caller yesterday calling saying Mahomes is the guy and Allen's going to live in his shadow until he wins something. Like, you can't really dispute that on the QB wins conversation. And it got me all the way to thinking about that conversation we had. I think it was Mark and Tonawanda that called yesterday about that. It got me all the way to this, Joe, which is, I don't want to say this and be viewed as like, oh, you're just doomsday scenarioing things. Like, that's not it. What it is for me is accepting where they live. I always say they live in the pressure. Mm-hmm. And a way that I thought to say it that I haven't thought about it before is, if they fail to deliver a Super Bowl in the Josh Allen era, that kind of becomes the identity of the franchise.
If they go Allen's career without winning,
it becomes the identity. The way that 4 Super Bowl losses was the franchise's kind of identity to non-Bills fans or even Bills fans for a long time.
Yep.
And that might have faded by now. We kind of had this conversation. You know, the people that lived through it still remember it. But now if you were to say to an NFL fan, hey, what do you think of the Buffalo Bills? Their first thought's going to be about how good they are right now and how Josh Allen's amazing. The franchise identity is what they are right now.
Yeah.
And that is not true of every team. Some teams are thought of for, like the Jets. What are the Jets? Historically hilarious franchise. Never does anything. They never do anything well at all. You got Dolphins fans who would like to say their franchise identity might be a perfect season. The Patriots, what is their identity? It's the dynasty that they had with Belichick and Brady. You know, what you're remembered for versus what you are in the moment. And there is so much that they have to finish this job. They have to get it over the line. And when I say that, I don't mean to put out like negative vibes, because I really think that Brandon Beane will kind of feel all that. And while this offseason we did not see them land a big whale and there was not this big, huge signature move, what he did the last 2 offseasons was kind of eat your vegetables, do the roster building in the proper way, so that Josh Allen's window 2.0, which I think we would all kind of say like this is window 2.0, there will be somewhere that move. If they're not getting there, that move will come. Mm-hmm. I don't think they have to be desperate, but I think they have to be aware that once they get another season like they've had, let's say we get to the deadline and they are on track for the 1 seed. It looks good.
Yeah.
Granted, it won't be that deep into the season, about halfway. But I feel like we'll be saying, go get that guy. Do it. Trade a future first. Trade this. There will be times to push in further. He did it with Vaughn. Mm-hmm. He did it before in window 1. And then they kind of had to transition back into window 2. And now we're kind of at the doorstep of that, where, hey, the roster is full. There's not a lot of holes.
Allen's cap hit really isn't that high amongst the other paid quarterbacks in the league.
Right. You have the built-in cheat code of who he is. You have that he agreed to take a little bit less than he probably could have.
Yep.
And you have it's all here in front of you again. So I just started thinking about the pressure on the franchise to exhaust all avenues. It can't just be what it was kind of last offseason and this offseason, which are successful plans. And again, like roster building and foundation building, it can't just be, well, you're always going to be good.
Right.
Which is kind of what it is right now. And I'm pretty confident that it won't always be like that. The pressure of what they are, they know. McDermott knows. Beane knows. They're close. You know, his postgame or postseason talking about knocking on the door. We're close. We know we're close. Mm-hmm. Like I just wonder if some days he wakes up and thinks like, I'll do whatever it takes. And some days he thinks I got to be patient, you know.
Well, that's kind of the message he gave at the end of the season, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. That we don't have to do anything brash. We don't have to be desperate. We just have to do what we've been doing and keep knocking on the door, and eventually it's going to open for us. That's pretty close to what that was said at the end of the season. And how does that feel as a mentality, though? How does that feel as a strategy of, we just got to keep doing what we're doing? Keep doing what we're doing, and eventually it's going to happen.
I agree, keep doing what they're doing. What I'm saying is, you can't...
Well, keep doing what they're doing would maybe not include, not that they haven't done this, because they have done this too, would be the move you're talking about, which is they're looking good, and... in the middle of the year, maybe Pittsburgh season's off the rails, and they're ready to trade T.J. Watt.
Right.
And he's available, middle of the season, prorated contract. You don't have to take on the whole cap hit. You want to do it? Who wants to do it? First round pick. And if the Bills are looking like they're in the driver's seat, and like this could be the year, isn't everybody going to be? And not like whether fans would want to do it. Would they want to do it?
Yes.
Would they want to go to? Well, we did this with Vaughn. We're looking good, but this could really be the year.
Yeah, I think
this could be a finishing piece that we can acquire in the middle of the season.
If you look at their deadlines, I mean, they have made moves.
Yeah,
they really have. Going back to when they had a chance to end the drought, it was Kelvin Benjamin.
Yeah,
we have good start. We got to get this thing over the line. What if we make the playoffs? Mm-hmm. Like, that's going to be great for us. At that point, that was kind of their Super Bowl, was ending that drought. They did it in year one, and in year one they went and made that move. Yeah. Not a huge move, but I just think he's got a buyer's mentality, and he's been good and responsible and just patient the last two off seasons, calculating to a degree. And I still think that whole like the whole big,
there's a sunglasses meme in there still somewhere.
Like the whole big baller bean persona that was created. That was because he was a guy that went out and did a bunch of stuff. And these last two off seasons, there's been less of that.
It's been more calculated and
a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. And I agree with that. I just feel like that will come out again at some point.
Well, but you're saying because of the pressure of
because it will have to because
your legacy is you never won.
Your legacy can't be I had Josh Allen and I didn't win.
Not only that, I don't know if they think in this way. I'd like to think they would. Like maybe they think about their own legacy and how they'll be remembered if they were to never win one with this quarterback. How Bean and McDermott would be remembered. How the franchise would be remembered. But there also is your fans for this because. If you never win one with this quarterback, who is arguably the best in the league, every year that he plays, might be the greatest athlete that's ever played the position. If you don't win with him, your fans are going to feel like they are truly never going to win. You're going to leave your fans, you'll probably be gone. They'll be gone at that point. They're going to leave everything here without winning one. With everyone just sitting here feeling like it's never going to happen. That's what the feeling would be.
8030550.
And you got to avoiding that. The value in avoiding that.
I think it comes down to, do you want pressure? Do you like pressure? This is earned, right? Expectations are earned, and the Bills have earned these expectations. 8030550. Anyway, 1-888-550-2550. Paul Hamilton at 8 o'clock on Bo Byram. An extension for Byram. He stays with the Sabres for 2 years. They can still trade him, but, Byram gets an extension instead of going to arbitration. He has not been traded, which is one of the things we thought we might see this offseason. That has not happened. So we'll get Paul's thoughts on that, what it means for their lineup, and if it is sticky, if he is going to stick around for a year or two. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR. Tyler, we're talking about that drop. You talked to Kincaid, you wrote about it, and wrote about his reaction to it. And, I'm sure it's not something that he's breaking down the way that we just did, because he just probably looks at it in a binary, should have caught it, would have caught it, didn't catch it kind of thing. And it's something that, you laid out in your piece pretty well. His teammates talked to him about, and it's something that he'll have to kind of come back from here.
No doubt, fellas, and thanks for having me on to discuss. In these conversations with these players, it's kind of like there's that elephant in the room, and neither one of us know that it can be avoided, but you don't really know, does the player want to discuss, the worst moment of his sports life? Probably not right off the bat, right? Like, but to Dalton Kincaid's credit, I mean, he's staring down his demons face to face right now because he did it in the moment, right after it. He's in the locker room at Kansas City, and, guys are consoling him. Everything's, really emotional for good reason. There's tears, all of that. And he said that the person who really helped him snap out of that state and get to this point where he can feel good about 2025, and he attacked everything in the offseason the way he did, that player was Micah Hyde, right? Like, we're all kind of wondering, why is Hyde even around on the practice squad that final month of the season? I think it's for moments like this where Hyde went up to him, and we can only say so much on the AM radio airwaves here, but said, effing wipe those tears away. Like, face the media, face the music. You need to talk about this right now. And he said, I wish I had somebody like that kind of giving me that tough love. He went through a similar play 11 years ago with Green Bay, dropping a Colin Kaepernick interception that could have won Green Bay that wild card game at Lambeau. So Dalton Kincaid really pointed to that moment. Micah Hyde kind of being, abrasive, maybe a little strong, but giving him some tough love. Yeah. And that's exactly what he did. He wiped the tears away, boarded that flight back, got back to Buffalo, watched the film, right? They don't have to watch the film. I remember back in the 13 seconds game, a lot of guys, a lot of coaches, they didn't watch that film. They don't have to. The season's over. He watched that film. He met with McDermott, met with Bean, and just immediately attacked the offseason the way he did.
Maybe the Byram deal, it's not exactly the same, but Garrett Wilson got a big contract yesterday. Why'd they sign him? Because he's good. Byram is not Garrett Wilson. But no, I don't want to live in a spot, Joe, where I'm endlessly saying, get rid of everybody, because that's not the single player that makes you better. It's tough to evaluate the Sabres with Kevin Adams at the helm right now because the general feel is that it's always inaction, and it's always can kicking down the road. And this Byram deal looks like a can kick to me. We're not ready. We don't like the value. We don't have to get rid of him. So we'll sign it for 2 years. And what's the chance in the next 2 years he gets traded for a draft pick at the deadline? 80%? 40%? It's definitely a likely outcome. Right. I mean, if you were to set the over-under on years, how many more years will Byram play with the Sabres? You'd set it at 2.5, and everybody alive would bet the under. Mm-hmm. If you set it at 1.5 complete years, you might bet the under. Does he get traded at this deadline because, ready for this? Hey, Byram might be desirable, guys. It's not just a rental. There's a year of term on this, too. Mm-hmm. We heard that a million times. The Sabres did that when they traded for Brad Boyes. So yes. It more represents a disappointment about the larger offseason. And I can't say that Kevin Adams could do everything he wants because no move clauses do exist. But I came to this offseason hoping it would be some version of, hey, could they package Peterka and Byram and 9 for something of real significance? Like, hey, can we dream big about a move? And instead, what did we get? Peterka got traded in a deal where it was, well, they did the best they could, and Byram got re-signed because they couldn't find a deal. Right. And the 9th pick got drafted because they couldn't find a deal. Mm-hmm. And Alex Lyon came in, which I think is maybe their best move this offseason, was to get a decent goalie at a good amount, a journeyman who might be able to help backstop your backup spot or even take the starting job if your backup or whatever, if your starter isn't good enough. So the whole offseason is just uninspiring, which is pretty much kind of their theme quite often. Hey, the Bills and Sabres Foundations will be hosting the 5th annual Give 716 Day, raising as much money for local charities as possible, beginning at 7:16 tonight and running till midnight tomorrow on 716 Day. Over 550 charities are participating. Fans are encouraged to make a donation of any amount to their favorite charity or charities. Go to give716.org between 7:16 tonight and midnight tomorrow to take part in Give 716 Day. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Tuesday. Paul Hamilton in a moment on the Sabres and the Bo Byram extension.
Sounds more and more like LeBron is going to get traded. Brian Windhorst had a story yesterday about how the Lakers are like fully transitioning from him to Luka. timeline-wise. So...
You know what I want.
I saw a list of teams. What I want. Who was it? Ramona Shelburne. I'll find who it was. I saw a list of teams that could be interested.
Yeah.
And it was... The Cavs were one of them.
Nah.
They'd be great.
No.
They'd be the favorites. They already are the favorites in the East. The Mavericks were listed.
No.
Which would be funny. The Clippers.
No. Terrible.
And the Warriors.
Let's go.
The Warriors were on the list.
I busted out and wore my Latrell Sprewell Warriors jersey on vacation.
Who?
Latrell Sprewell.
Latrell Sprewell?
Yes.
Sounds like a creative player in the video game.
Hold on. Latrell Sprewell is very well known, and you're going to remember.
Is he?
Yes.
Josh?
You are
Owen, do we know Latrell Sprewell?
Go ahead and Wikipedia that guy and say, like, actually, you know what? I do remember that. He choked his coach.
Anybody? He did?
He choked his coach. PJ Carlissimo. Yes.
Choked him?
Oh, maybe you don't know this story?
Like on the sidelines or like in the locker room or was this out in front of everybody?
In a practice. He put his hands around the neck of PJ Carlissimo and choked his coach.
Wow.
He was a great, fun young player with the Golden State Warriors when I was a Warriors fan back in high school.
Yeah, he was a Warrior from 92 to 98.
He was awesome. Loved him. Had an autographed picture, have his jersey. Then he choked his coach. He went to the Knicks and the T-Wolves and, the whole choking your coach thing. It's
amazing
that's bad for the room, usually.
Yeah.
How can you recover from a coach choke?
Well, you get traded, I think.
He went to other teams. He played. You just say, like...
Surprised that's not a league-wide issue.
It was a relationship issue, as long as he wasn't coached by PJ Carlissimo again.
Has anyone ever fought their coach and survived to tell the tale, like on the same team?
Well,
have they ever repaired a relationship of fighting your own coach?
You know what I would say to that?
Didn't Buddy Ryan punch? Who did Buddy Ryan?
Jerry
punch?
Glanville.
And did they continue to work together? Didn't they?
Maybe. I would say I bet there are 100 player coach fist fights that we've never heard about. That we never know about.
Yeah,
100%.
Right, Owen?
There are plenty that I witnessed in my days playing.
Remember when Travis Kelce shoved Andy Reid?
Yes.
Yeah.
That happened.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Right.
It was a shove, not quite a choke or like a punch.
I bet.
Or something.
This is one of those ones you don't ever get to know this because, they're so good at keeping things in the house. But, like, Belichick and Brady, one of them threw a punch once. Right?
At each other?
They'd worked for 20 years.
Or did Brady have, like, his trainer go try and fight Belichick?
One of them chest bumped the other and said, "You want some of this?" And we just never know about it.
Yeah, I did. I searched players that fought coach, and the first thing that came up was Latrell Sprewell.
He choked his coach.
That was the number one thing that was mentioned.
You know about that? I do have something in my notes.
No, I don't know.
In my notes to ask you if you.
When did it happen? 97, 96.
Yeah.
Darryl Strawberry and Keith Hernandez fought each other. I.K. and Kampali and Geno Smith. I guess some of this is teammates.
Former Bill I.K. and Kampali. Former Bill's team captain I.K. and Kampali. Remember Rex made him a captain against the Jets?
He did do that.
Yes, he did.
He got kicked off the Jets for punching the quarterback. Rex signed him and made him the captain against the Jets.
Yeah.
I remember that.
That did happen.
That's pretty wild.
803-0550.
Michael Irvin and Everett MacGyver. That's a bad one. That was like a stabbing, wasn't it? That was a barbershop stabbing.
There's Michael Westbrook and Stephen Davis.
That's on here too.
Okay. There's Josh Norman and Cam Newton.
There's a lot on this list. We can go through it a little bit. Right. There's a lot of names to get to.
We'll get Paul on the other side. Talk about this Bo Byram extension. 803-0550 if you want to be a part of the show. We got wide open phone lines. You can jump on at any point. If not, that's cool too. We're hanging out on a warm, humid Tuesday. Paul next on WGR.
I'm optimistic about, a couple of these individuals, but their offseason consisted of the biggest guy they brought in was a defenseman who played on Utah's third pair last year. They brought in the Red Wings backup goaltender, and they brought in a fourth liner from Columbus. And the Penguins' number 6 defenseman. That's their offseason. By the way, every one of those teams, look at the teams they brought guys in from that were not playing important roles. Kesselring, third-pair defenseman in Utah. Lyon, backup goalie in Detroit. Timmins, sixth defenseman in Pittsburgh. None of these teams were good. They brought depth role players off teams that weren't even good from last year. And that's going to make them better. They got rid of a guy that was playing an important role off a team that wasn't very good in Peterka. So I wouldn't make the case that they're better unless Kesselring is way better than he was with the Mammoth. Or, again, here we are kind of waiting probably for young guys to save the day. Right? Owen Power, please become an elite defenseman. Elite defenseman. Norris conversation, maybe defenseman. I don't know if he can even do that with, being a second pair guy and second power play minutes, but whatever. That caliber of player. Or Benson become a 70-point guy. That's somebody catch lightning in a bottle. Because the moves that they make, I just think it's, tinkering. It's tinkering moves.
It's tinkering.
It's stuff that can make you marginally better, but is it something that's going to make you make up a 15-point gap between what you were in the playoffs? Because that would be incredible to me if Michael Kesselring, Alex Lyon, and Josh Doan, who again I kind of all like to some degree, it would be incredible though if they were the catalyst to being a 75-point team versus being a 90-point team.
And a 90-point team often is not enough.
It's not right. That's just in the race.
Right. Well, tinkering, is it very much like what they did with their coaching staff, which was change out the strength and conditioning coach? And what they do with GM, they tinkered. They added some pieces around the guy that was there. Big picture stuff with the Sabres, I wonder if they've been spooked off of those early long extensions that they signed everybody to. Right? For a while there, it was Cousins, Thompson, Samuelson. I mean, everybody got extensions.
Luukkonen was the next year, but that didn't go great.
You think they've been scared off those?
It'd be hard not to. I mean, how many of them really went great?
They thought it was good business, and it looks like they've been scared off it.
Yeah, the Tage deal went great. You signed Tage early, and you probably have him for $3 million less per year than you otherwise would have. But Samuelson, it didn't work, and Cousins, it didn't work, and Luukkonen, it didn't work. So how's the strategy going right now? I mean, they really should have bought out Samuelson this offseason. That one went, I think, as poorly as it possibly could have after 58 games in the league, if that's the number. That's the number in my head. Sabres make a signing last night. Bo Byram, before the team and the player reach arbitration, are signing for 2 years, $6.25 million, which does mean that at the end of that contract, if he's not traded before it, Byram will be an unrestricted free agent at the end of it. Sabres at the moment, with this signing, are at about $7 million of cap space remaining. In football, Jets sign wide receiver Garrett Wilson, 4 years, $32.5 million per year. 90 of that $130 million total is guaranteed. Elsewhere in the NFL, San Francisco wide receiver Juwan Jennings wants a new contract or to be traded. However, multiple reports say that he does not plan to hold out from training camp. Chargers placed wide receiver Mike Williams on the PUP list, the often injured receiver who re-signed in LA, already injured to start this year. The injury, though, is undisclosed. Hey, the Bills and Sabres Foundations will be hosting Give 716 Day, raising as much money for local charities as possible, beginning at 7:16 tomorrow. Over 500 charities are participating. All fans encouraged to make a donation of any amount to their favorite charity or charities. Go to give716.org between 7:16 p.m. tonight and midnight on Wednesday at July 16th. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We got some Sabres news. We'll reach out to our Sabres beat reporter, Paul Hamilton, joining us. His appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. Paul, good morning. Happy July 15th. When we're getting you on in July, something happened, right?
Yeah, I was actually up when you guys got there today, so which is very, very rare. So, I did a sleep study last night, so... just as I had about 50 wires hooked up to me is when this came down.
All right.
And
you couldn't sleep. You were so excited.
It is hard to sleep with a bunch of wires around your neck and all over the place, and but you make do with it.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I woke up to the news, Paul, and, wake up, log on, like, all right, what happened last night? I see Byram's extension.
I get the text alerts, Paul, and actually, I don't even know. Did we get one of those?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, because there was one yesterday during the afternoon that we get from the Sabres, and I saw the text. I'm like, oh, did something happen? Like, Prospects Challenge announced, which is like fine, like those that's cool too. But then I got another. I thought I got another text last night, and I probably thought the same thing, like, this is nothing, and then it actually was something. Finally.
Yeah, it was, and usually you don't get a signing at 10:30 at night. That's fine. I don't care, but it's usually like 3:30 in the afternoon, not 10:30 at night. But that's when it got done, so that's when it came out.
It would make you think they were working at it like during the day. It would be weird if someone called you out of the blue at 10 o'clock at night, like, "Hey, you want to do this now?"
I'm sure they've been working at it even when the Sabres decided to take offer sheets off the table by taking him to arbitration. I think that's all that was. Yeah. It's just like, let's not get some crazy number thrown at us here. Let's take offer sheets off the table, and let's keep negotiating, and let's keep, trying to bring this to a solution. It still might not be at a end solution here.
Yeah, Paul, the offer sheet point is you would avoid a crazy number, but if it were 6 years term, 7 years term, they could go ahead and say, like, okay, we'll take that. That's the one thing about this that's interesting, because Joe and I were talking.
Offer sheets are 1 or 2 years. Oh, offer sheet. I'm sorry.
No, you're saying with arbitration. What about
I was saying arbitration. You said offer sheet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
To prevent the offer sheet, because
yes, gotcha.
Do you think that Kevin Adams wants him for longer? This has always been a bit of a strange thing. This Byram threading this needle for the Sabres, and maybe they didn't really want to move him, but felt like they had to move him because he wants a bigger role. And if they thought he was truly an elite defenseman, well, they've signed guys to big, long extensions. Maybe they think they have too much money there. Is there a plan here, or is this just kind of making do with what the landscape is giving them based on interest in the trade market, based on Byram's interests, based on what their interests might be.
This could have been the end thought process because it's probably good for both sides. From a team standpoint, you get to see, all right, what is he actually? Let's pair him with Darlene, and let's see how this works for a year. You can even do it for a year before you would either have to try to re-sign him, which you could next July 1st, or to a long-term contract, or trade him. You would give the Sabres a chance to what do they really have here? Because if you look around, did they overpay him slightly? Yeah, they probably did, and that's the price of doing business with a team that hasn't been in the playoffs for 14 years, with a player who maybe isn't sure he wants to be here. So that's the price of doing business. Did you overpay? I don't think they severely overpaid him, but they did a little bit. I have zero problem with that. They have the salary cap space to do that. Who cares? And from Byram's standpoint, it's like, all right, you keep trying to convince me that you are headed in the right direction here and you're doing the right things to make this a good team. And, okay, I get to play with Rasmus Dahlin, which means, yes, I'm going to be out there in key situations playing maybe 25 minutes a game. I'm not going to be on the power play, so that doesn't thrill me, but at least I get to play in those big situations, and I can try it out myself for a year or two and see how I like it. See if this is a team that's serious about getting better. If this is a team that's serious about making the playoffs. Is this a team that's serious about winning? So it gives him a chance to give it a short look, a little bit more of a look, to see if he wants to be part of it or if really he doesn't.
Yeah. All right, so how does it round out? Does it make them complete as a defense corps? I mean, forward, they, of course, make the trade for Peterka to send him out and get Kesselring back on the defense corps. Does this look like a good blue line to you now that Byram is staying?
It does. And, put Samuelsson on a third pair, which probably makes him better. He can play first pair when he's on his game, but the problem is how often is he on his game? And that's, he's very, very inconsistent right now. And I think injuries have a big part of that. I think injuries have taken their toll on him. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't know how he recovers in the locker room from what happened, because it's not the first time he's just stood around when people get hit and doesn't participate. And he, with the Thompson thing, and Thompson has said now publicly that, he wasn't real pleased about all that, but also said it's in the past. Mm-hmm. And they're past it, and it'll never happen. He believes it'll never happen again. So, I always wonder, how does a guy in the locker room recover from that, with your teammates? So, but still, I think he's going to be a better defenseman playing on a third pair than maybe he would be playing with Dahlin if Byram gets traded, which still could happen. Because Samuelsson can definitely play first pair if he's Samuelsson, but he's not Samuelsson enough, and that's the problem.
Yeah. Wasn't there a moment, too, Paul, late in the year against Detroit where, I'm trying to remember, I thought Byram, who's got the concussion history, was getting either attacked or maybe he was just fighting straight up. Some guy that wasn't even in the NHL, he had just made his debut, basically, and nobody, except for maybe Benson, was trying to get in there. Does any of that ring a bell with
Benson
Byram?
got in there. Samuelsson did kind of get into a few scrums after that Thompson thing, but he also didn't. He might have been one of them that didn't in that situation you brought up, because it hit me right away. It's like, here he is standing there again.
Yep,
and not jumping in. I honestly can't remember if it was that particular scrum, but it did happen again afterwards. I do know that for sure.
I'm watching it back again. You're right. It's another one of these scrums where Benson's trying to get in, and a couple of Byram's trying to get in, and Samuelson's kind of on the outskirts, just not really whatever.
I saw Cousins do that in Ottawa. It was a big scrum. Everybody's in except Cousins, who was leaning up against the boards in front of the bench. And I'm thinking, man, that's a long ways from when he first came in the league before he got popped in that fight. That I'm not saying it will definitely ruin his career, but getting popped in that fight may have ruined his career.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Paul, one thing about the Byram contract, if he this deal's done, and if they're not going to trade him, I don't know that ends the offseason, but it really ends the two big questions, right? We came in, maybe three, Peterka, Byram, the 9th pick. And past that, it's all kind of over. So can you even think of anything else that could be done from here? Acquiring a player, adding something in, or do you think that this is pretty much the team they're going to go with?
It's probably for them the team they're going to go with, but I would say it's the third year in a row then that you don't get a top 6 forward, which you desperately need, and now you need 2 of them because you've created the hole with the trade that you made. I think you did better. You filled other holes, which is great, but you did create another one. And you know how I feel about $6 million in cap space, which will be about what it is, probably a little bit under that when Timmins signs. And I don't care. Until somebody can show me that they turned down a player because of money, because they would refuse to spend the money, I don't think $5 million in salary cap space is that big a deal. I'm not the person who sits there and stomps his feet and said it'll be an embarrassment if they don't spend that $5 million or whatever. Go get a player. Go fill the holes on your roster. I'm not worried about $5 million in salary cap space. I'm worried that now for the third year in a row you have not gotten a top 6 forward. However, it is you could get one. And I will always say I know it's hard. I get you haven't made the playoffs in 14 years. I guess you're on everybody's no trade list. It's still your job to get it done.
Yeah. You
got to find a way. You got to find a way no matter how hard that it is. Mm-hmm. And he has not been able to do that. And that has nothing to do with $5 million in cap space or anything else because, let's be honest, at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with a top 6 forward or, it does have to do with playing better defense so you don't have the same types of chances on your goaltender. But at the end of the day, they got to get saves, which they did not get last year. Mm-hmm. And if their goaltending is not any better and they don't get saves, I don't care if they get a top 6 forward. I don't care what it is. If you're not getting saves at the big time, you're not going anywhere. So to me, that's the biggest thing. Where is your goaltender going to be as far as making big saves for you when things do break down? Because even though your defense, I think, is considerably better, there's still going to be breakdowns, and your goaltender is going to have to bail you out. And good teams, how did the Florida Panthers win their last 2 Stanley Cups? They weren't perfect all the time. Their goaltender had to make some huge saves for them all the way through the playoffs to get through. That's how you win. So through everything we talk about and top 6 forward or defenseman or Byram or trades or free agency or whatever, if they don't get big saves from their goaltender, they're nowhere.
Paul Hamilton. Paul, as we kind of zoom out on this, like you said, it might be tough. The job is, of course, to ice the best team you can to make the playoffs. And I don't know if Kevin Adams has any sort of missive to make it or else. But the offseason, the way that it's gone, and if this is pretty much the team they're going to field, they could improve. I understand how they could get better. It certainly does not look like a GM that is desperate, right? It looks like a roster tweaking. It's 2 years ago when they missed by a point, they added 2 players on the bottom end of the roster. Here they missed by a bunch, and it's tweaking. It's really not that different of a team, minus 1 top 6 forward and plus 1 top 4 defenseman. There does not seem to be a lot of desperation, and maybe that's the feeling that I would have about this, is that I want to see them try and go for something, and while they can improve, it does not look desperate at all.
Well, reports say they wanted Dobson, but he wouldn't sign long-term here, so that didn't work. How about Ehlers? I would be shocked if they weren't at least trying to get in on that. Ehlers turned him down last year. He wouldn't sign. He wouldn't sign a long-term deal, and then he didn't wind up getting traded. But, so those are types of things that that they were in on. They were trying to do. But, again, they keep being turned away because they haven't made the playoffs in 14 years. But, again, you have to find a way.
Right.
You just have to find a way. That is your job. If you keep getting turned away by good players, well, then, okay, but you still gotta get better, and you still gotta, So I would say I might disagree with that a little, that they did try to be desperate and maybe get it on a Dobson or get it on an Ehlers, but they get turned down. But they can't figure out how to make it work.
Well, here's what I would say to that, which of course, that's a fair point. My point would be, at some point they have to accept that that's not going to happen and trade for that guy anyway. You're going to have to do it. It's my analogy I made a couple weeks ago. It's like paying a country club's initiation fee. Like, you got to pay to get in. No one wants to join you because you're not making the playoffs. You have to do whatever you can to actually get in. And then maybe Dobson in a year where you have a good year, or a guy like Ehlers.
Yes.
Hey, turns out I will sign now that I've seen something going well here. They have to be willing to do that, and that they're unwilling to do that, I don't think that's an excuse anymore.
No, they had no problem getting players here when Briere and Drury were here. Nobody wanted to be a Buffalo Bill until Allen and the head coach shows up, and now all of a sudden everybody wants to be a Buffalo Bill, but they didn't want to be one when he hadn't been in the playoffs for 17 years. But you have to find a way to be able to get that. You can trade for players who aren't eligible to have no trades. I mean, you can do that. And that's what you have to do, basically, is find a player that will help your top six, that can't pull a no-trade on you, that has to come if you trade for him, and that's how you do it. That's how you get that player in here, until you get to the point that you're talking about, where you are a destination, where players say, hey, this is an up-and-coming team. I want to be a part of that. And that's, to me, how you do it. But they haven't been able to get that player that doesn't have those type of things in their contract, or maybe aren't old. They got Byram. He had he couldn't pull a no trade on them. So that was a good trade, especially Middlestat got worse. He didn't get better, after he was traded. So that's what I'm talking about. A trade like that, where you get a very good player, a former 4th overall pick that can't turn you down. And now he maybe will turn them down eventually, but he hasn't totally closed the door yet, because here he is. And so, and I know I sound like a broken record. You have to find a way to get it done.
And they haven't yet. I wonder, Paul, this team right now, do you feel like they are better? Is it debatable? Is it a no for you from the end of last season to right now? Would you say that over the last month they have gotten better?
In certain areas, yes. I think Connor Clifton, as much as I thought he was the nicest guy in the world, killed them with his turnovers and his ridiculous penalties. I think Timmins is an upgrade there. I think that helps. I mean, how many times, think last year, did bottom 6 guys or bottom 3 guys score goals on the Sabres? Who's out there when that happens? It's usually not Darlene. That's Clifton's ice time. And he's given the puck away for 3-on-1s and everything. And so I think they're better there. I think they're better as far as Kesselring goes with power. I think they're quite a bit better there. If Byram stays with Darlene, I like that. I think you can turn to Lyon if Luukkonen doesn't have it in the first couple of weeks of the season, and I think you have a guy that can step in. I think Doan. I like Doan's attitude. I think Doan and Danforth will be much better than Lafferty when it comes to. I mean, Doan likes to be in the middle of things. He likes to get people mad and do those types of things. He's big and strong and has a good shot. Maybe there's some upside there like there was to McLeod. We'll see. He's only 23, and last year was his first year in the league. So I think they've taken a step up there, but they've taken a huge step back. Peterka, if Quinn winds up the one sitting in Peterka's spot, unless Quinn recaptures what he's, I think, capable of doing, and I believe he's capable of being a 30-goal scorer. I'm not predicting it anymore. I actually did predict it a couple of years ago. I thought he'd definitely be a 30-goal scorer in this league, and I still think he's got the tools to do that, but he certainly didn't show us anything last year that would make us think that, and here he is now. He probably plays with Norris and Tuck, and Benson probably stays with Kulik and Thompson. Quite honestly, neither one of them should be there. That's where I say, you should have 2 top 6 forwards, and those are the 2 positions they would be in.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Thank you, Paul. Glad to have you on with us. Glad you were up and early. The start of the show is the best segment, so you caught the best of it.
Yeah, I even said. When I called, I said, "Well, I'll even go on between 6 and 6:30 if you want me to. I'm up."
Listen, if you want to just call in,
the 6 o'clock hour club is not a long list of people that have been up on with us at 6, but maybe we'll get you.
It's
in
like
sometime.
Brian is like 90% of
Brian
them because
Koziel,
he's usually up.
Ed McGrogan, who covers tennis.
Yeah.
Yep. I was home by then, so I told them. Look, if they want to have me between 6 and 6:30, I'm here. I'm up and awake.
Well, we wanted everyone else to wake up so we could hear your beautiful voice. Thanks, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Good comprehensive look at what it all means, right? Like, that to me is the key takeaway. It's year 6. It's your 6th offseason. And you're just not willing to. If you could have made the Dobson trade, but you don't know if he'll resign, do it. You have to do it. You have to do things like that.
Yeah.
And just, you have to be willing to, rent great players, even if you know you're going to lose that guy. It's going to cost us a lot to get that guy for a year.
You got to take the risk. The risk is you don't know that you're going to lose him. You might. He could even tell you.
You might even know. Leave. Carolina took the risk on Mikko Rantanen, who said he wasn't going to sign anywhere. They traded for him. Then they just traded him back away.
Yeah. Dallas traded for him. I don't remember, actually. Did they know he would sign with them? They might not have.
I don't know, but you again,
Ottawa. Remember, Ottawa traded for DeBrincat not knowing if he would stick around long term. He played a year.
And he didn't.
And he's like, I'm not, okay, we missed the playoffs, I'm not sticking around. And then they traded him for similar to what they gave away to get him in the first place.
Even that, I'm ready to give up assets to make a playoff run. Like, would you give up a first-round pick and the top prospect in the system to make the playoffs? Yeah.
Yes.
I would.
Yes, I would do that.
So anyway, that
isn't baking in the possibility of the player was a part of a team that figured it out and was really good, and now he's
resigns.
Like, I like it here.
Right.
Jason, how many athletes throughout time have talked about how their impressions of living here and being a part of the city as an athlete are better once they're here than what they were before? Right?
And it's not to give the Sabres the benefit of the doubt on any of that. It's just I don't know what else you're going to do. And the biggest part of this conversation is it's your 6th offseason. If you were to say this about a GM in offseason number 2,
then it
might not be fair.
Yeah.
First offseason, not fair. 6th.
Yeah.
You got to get it done. So we'll see. They could be improved. They could be better. But it does feel like they've exhausted their entire offseason worth of whatever capital they were going to spend. If it was going to be Byram, if it was going to be free agency, if it was going to be Peterka, if it was going to be the 9th overall pick. Like, they've spent their free agency. They've spent their offseason bucks. That's where we're at. They've spent their offseason bucks. The next thing is going to shock us if it happens, right? Owen Power traded for somebody over. That's the level of thing that I think would happen, if anything would. A shock. And who would that be? Tuck? No. They want to extend him.
Right.
I don't know. All right. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on a Tuesday. Bills rookies report today to training camp. A little more training camp preview coverage coming up as we'll be at St. John Fisher a week from tomorrow for practice number 1. So excited about that. Get out to St. John Fisher and see some Bills practices as we head for this Super Bowl or bust season that is most definitely upon us. It got me all the way to this, Joe, which is, I don't want to say this and be viewed as like, oh, you're just doomsday scenarioing things. Like, that's not it. What it is for me is accepting where they live. I always say they live in the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And a way that I thought to say it that I haven't thought about it before is if they fail to deliver a Super Bowl in the Josh Allen era, that kind of becomes the identity of the franchise.
If they go Allen's career without winning?
Yeah.
Oh.
It becomes the identity. The way that 4 Super Bowl losses was the franchise's kind of identity to non-Bills fans or even to Bills fans for a long time.
Yep.
And that might have faded by now. We kind of had this conversation the people that lived through it still remember it. But now if you were to say to an NFL fan, hey, what do you think of the Buffalo Bills? Their first thought's going to be about how good they are right now and how Josh Allen's amazing. The franchise identity is what they are right now.
Yeah.
And that is not true of every team. Some teams are thought of for, like the Jets. What are the Jets? Historically hilarious franchise. They never do anything well at all. You got Dolphins fans that would like to say their franchise identity might be a perfect season. The Patriots, what is their identity? It's the dynasty that they had with Belichick and Brady. What you're remembered for versus what you are in the moment. And there is so much that they have to finish this job. They have to get it over the line. And when I say that, I don't mean to put out like negative vibes, because I really think that Brandon Beane will kind of feel all that. And while this offseason we did not see them land a big whale and there was not this big, huge signature move, what he did the last two off seasons was kind of eat your vegetables, do the roster building in the proper way so that Josh Allen's window 2.0, which I think we would all kind of say like this is window 2.0, there will be somewhere that move. If they're not getting there, that move will come.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they have to be desperate, but I think they have to be aware. My question would be, I got one question for everybody out there. If you still follow the hockey team in town, the Buffalo Sabres, and pay attention to their off seasons, if they had not traded Peterka because they didn't want to, like Peterka wanted them to move him.
Right.
So if he didn't want to be moved, what would the offseason have been? Because here's Bo Byram on the team, extended for 2 years, because you couldn't get a deal done. You couldn't get a trade done. If you had not traded Peterka, who wanted that to happen, he made that happen. What would your offseason have been? A Connor Clifton trade and Alex Lyon? Is that your offseason? That
might have been it, which is that is the equivalent of nothing. That is nothing.
That's nothing.
That is doing
nothing.
It is adding a rotational goalie and a third pair defenseman that maybe plays, if you're lucky, he's on the ice 17 minutes a night.
Yeah.
Like, if you're lucky. Sabres signed Bo Byram to a 2-year contract extension. It's over $6 million per year. It makes him a UFA at the end of the contract. They still could trade him. And now the Sabres have about $7 million in cap space, with not many players left in free agency to sign. There would have to be a trade if they were to add anything to that. Last night was the Home Run Derby. Tonight is the MLB All-Star Game, 8 o'clock for AL versus NL. In football, Garrett Wilson signs a 4-year deal with the Jets, $32.5 million, $90 million guaranteed total for Wilson. Bills and Sabres Foundations will be hosting Give 716 Day, raising as much money for local charities as possible. Begins at 7:16 p.m. tonight and runs through tomorrow at midnight. Over 500 charities are participating. Go to give716.org between tonight at 7:16 and tomorrow at midnight to donate. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's a good bit, something that we got to pick up, learn, we want to be ready, wanting to play. The playbook is the number one thing we got to learn. So just taking that, same thing, one day at a time, and make sure we studying, the right amount of time, outside of the building, and, make sure we're sharp.
Bills' second-round pick, TJ Sanders. We'll see if he reports to training camp today with his fellow rookies. Of course, the logjam among second-round picks. There are 30 unsigned second-round picks. The dispute is over. Guaranteed contracts. The first 2 picks of the second round got guaranteed contracts, and no one else has. So they sit out. Maybe. There are 8 days until the Bills have their first practice. We want a very fast Let's Get Stupid. We don't have to.
Would love it.
We don't have to have the music for it. We'll just do it right out of the gate here.
Okay.
Bills call press conference today. Brandon Beane says we've signed TJ Sanders for a fully guaranteed second round contract because it's the right thing to do. What happens? Everyone likes to talk about how...
Well, the owners get mad.
The owners get mad. For how long? Forever? They get mad to have to guarantee $10 million over a 4-year contract to a second-year player.
And also, who do they get mad at? Do they get mad at Terry?
Who knows?
The owners get mad at Terry? Because he would have okayed it, I guess?
It's just another one of these things, this second-round contract dispute. I'm thinking back to offer sheets, right? Bean doesn't even have to say it's the right thing to do. And I know, there's a minefield here about the politics in the league and GMs and all this. What if he said, because we had our second-round pick miss time last year, Cole Bishop missed reps in training camp, missed a lot of time in training camp because of an injury, and we felt like it set his season back in a big way, and we're not going to do that for Sanders because we got to win.
Yeah, I've
got a team that's ready to win, and every player matters, and I'm going to get TJ Sanders under contract right now and get this thing moving forward. I again, like I said, it's a little bit of a let's get stupid, but I am sitting here thinking about how a big talking point on Cole Bishop was he missed time. That was a problem. Maybe that's not the same at defensive tackle, but
yeah,
I don't want Sanders to miss time.
At a position where you're going to have guys missing time.
Right?
Ogunjobi. One of them.
Ogunjobi's going to miss the first 6 games.
Although Hoyt also does play defensive tackle,
too.
Right. So there are snaps from 2 guys that will not be there week 1, and who would you hope is going to be ready to play?
TJ Sanders, yeah.
Who they traded up for, right?
They did.
They traded up for him. But if you do that, your owner friends, I think, get mad at you.
Uh-oh. And then what?
I don't know. Well, you said yesterday, they act as a collective, right? A lot.
You sign it, and you sign that deal, and then you say, and we'll be turning over any text messages from other teams regarding this contract.
Just go full
to the authorities. Just, if you have any thoughts on this contract.
We're just going to we're going to turn you in for everything dirty you've ever done.
All the collusion stuff. It is, the backdrop is the collusion. And I think Pablo Torre's got a new episode coming out today that's going to be more about this.
No. Today he's got one about the Malik Beasley gambling story in the NBA.
All right.
And how somehow there is some Twitter user that knew about Malik Beasley gambling in the NBA before anybody else did. And they found that person, and then that person disappeared. So there's a whole crazy story about the NBA gambling stuff.
Yikes.
But Pablo Torre was and Mike Florio actually were the first 2 on the collusion case. And it shouldn't be that surprising. It's being said out loud. What's actually funny is the NFL owners are kind of skating on any bad publicity about them colluding to keep guaranteed salary down, because who's getting all the heat right now? It's the Players Association and the lead of it, who agreed to keep it quiet for them. And that's what the story has been.
Yeah.
How could you represent the players, how could you possibly, without informing the players, how could you go into cahoots with the owners to keep this bad story quiet for them? And this is maybe just another version of them doing what I think everybody just assumes they do. They collude. They're doing it right now. And that's why you won't see somebody like the Bills, I think, give TJ Sanders a fully guaranteed contract, because that would be somebody breaking from the line.
The league is a little bit lucky.
Although you do have two people that already did that, right? The Browns and the
But it's
Texans.
first. It's number 1 and number 2. So if you're Sanders or
who's saying Sanders is what? What do you go 9th in the second round, 10th in the second round?
Anybody that's in a spot where you're jumping up in line, like Trey Harris with the Chargers, he's got 20 picks between him and the guy that is signed.
Right.
Here's where the league is a little bit lucky right now, and we'll see. Maybe this thing settles itself in the next 8 days by the time we're getting to actual practices. But the Chargers, let me check the Chargers. The Chargers, by the way, who are revealing a new uniform today.
Yes. We don't know when, though. Right?
No, that's right. But I'm going to check the Chargers camp schedule, because one thing that's going to be really interesting about this their first practice is Thursday.
Okay.
Does the GM speak? Because you have 32 GMs ready to be asked the question, or 30 GMs, because 30 of the 32 players are unsigned in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with TJ? Have you been in contact with him and his agency? What does that look like?
Mm-hmm.
What's the unified message from the 30 GMs to these players?
Right.
Has there been conversations? Are you ready to sign when? Who has to give you the okay? Who breaks in all this?
Mm-hmm.
It's not an easy answer. A lot of things you could answer politically, and GMs that are worth anything are able to answer and not tell you anything. What would you say? Yeah, there's a bit of a thing going on in the league with second-round picks. You try to say it without sounding like what you're doing is collusion.
Yeah.
It's hard to do.
It's really what everybody might just... Could they even say this? Would they just say, yeah, we're all waiting to see what Seattle does with Nick Emenwari? That's who's next. That's the fight.
Right.
It's who's going to break, the Seahawks or Emenwari?
You're probably right. That's a good political... this thing usually goes like dominoes, and we're just waiting for a couple in front of us to get knocked down.
Yeah.
Okay, have you talked with Sanders and his agent? Are you excited to get a deal done? Is he eager to get here?
Right.
Will some of these players ultimately report when rookies report?
Really, we might just be waiting on Seattle before any of these. And how long is that going to take? Because if he's third, that's the reason I mentioned this. They were third in the second round. Emenwari went third. Higgins and Schweissinger, the guy ahead of them, went fully guaranteed.
So Seattle goes fully guaranteed. Are we waiting for a full-on fight from the fourth team?
But the fourth team is Quinshon Judkins.
What's that look like?
Because that's Cleveland, and he just got arrested.
And that doesn't look like
this weekend.
I don't think that looks like fully guaranteed to me.
No. Did they skip him?
Okay.
Does it go to Miami, who drafted a guard?
Did they go fully guaranteed?
That's what I mean.
Are we in for this fight?
Eventually, do we just go one after the other? If it's fully guaranteed, one after the other? Or this could be where, again, this would be the collusion part of it, where all the owners, and maybe the GMs too, they're texting with Seattle. Like, you better not. You're at the front of the line. You're at the front of the line, and they're at the gates, and you got to hold it. We're behind you. You right now are protecting us.
Okay, this is the perfect.
And if you fall,
this is the perfect scenario. If that's the Bills, 1 year off of our second round safety missed time, and we felt it was detrimental to his development, what would you do? Sign that dude.
Yeah.
Third pick of the second round. You're not confident enough to guarantee $11 million over 4 years total.
Right.
Sign that dude. Get to work. All my competitors are telling me not to sign a player. What? Why am I doing that?
Right.
We're in a fantasy draft. You're on the clock. Joe, do not draft that guy. That's what I want. Don't draft him. You can't have him on your team without my permission. It's a little stretch, but still, come on.
Do you know, by the way, how much of Keon Coleman's contract was guaranteed last year?
80%?
Because he was the first pick of the second round.
Yeah.
So the Bills were first last year.
I think it was 80% because the number has been climbing. Is it 80 or 90%?
Does it change maybe?
Over the last couple of years, this number has been climbing from like 70 to 80. And if the Browns went all the way to 100, that's a natural progression of the first pick of the second round kind of getting treated like a first rounder. And that's where the Texans doing it that's why people are not mad at the Browns.
They're mad at the Texans.
They're mad at the Texans because it's been slowly moving that way, like a little wave crashing, and the Texans kept it going.
Because if I'm reading this right, it's Spot Track. The Bills went higher than that by a lot. Keon Coleman's total contract is 4 years, $10.0 million.
Okay, is that fully guaranteed?
They guaranteed at signing. Total guarantees and guaranteed at signing is the same number, so I'm just going to run with it. 9.64.
Okay, so almost entirely guaranteed.
So more than 96% of his contract, they fully guaranteed.
Which, by the way, look at...
I'm reading that right.
Look at the value of the draft pick and look at what you're guaranteeing. Keon Coleman got the same guaranteed money for his 4-year contract as Curtis Samuel does in a year.
Yeah, right.
These contracts are not expensive. This is your cheap labor. The league is fighting. So, to be clear, we got a collusion story on the league on guaranteed money at the top on quarterbacks. And now we have a story about fighting about guaranteed money on the cheapest contracts there are.
Yeah.
Yikes. And the cap is ballooning out of control.
Right, the cap is $500 million.
You're going to have to spend this money.
It's nuts. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see if it's all much ado about nothing. Maybe the league is in collusion to say, you know what, let's keep these guys on sign for like one more week because camp doesn't start. We can get some headlines. We can still be talked about, and then we'll just sign them all. There you go. Colluding for the headlines. Anyway, Bills rookies report to camp today, and veterans report a week from today. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Give me those Chargers uniforms. Give me those.
I just really hope they're not the ones that you showed me.
I went down a Reddit rabbit hole, like a leak on leaked Chargers uniforms, and there was one that somehow made it onto the Chargers social media, and people say it was just. It's kind of like when the Bills had that blue one with the cityscape on it, and people thought it was a thing.
Yeah,
and they denied it, which it didn't feel like it was a real helmet. It was like a Labatt promotional helmet. This one the Chargers had on their social media feed that they've said, like, oh, no, that's just a one-off. Looks like here's a name for everybody out there that you won't remember, Natron Means Chargers era helmet.
Natron Means?
Natron Means. Natron Means? Natron Means Business. That was the Chris Berman name for him.
Okay. Did he play around the same time as Latrell Sprewell?
Probably. He was a Chargers running back. He is currently 53. So he's been out of the league for a little while.
He played for the Chargers in 98 and 99.
There you go.
Oh, wait, and 93 and 95. 93 to 95 and then 98 to 99. So which era? The first one?
I don't know, whatever. Natron Means Business. The 93 Chargers, they wore white. Their navy was a lot darker back then. A dark navy.
Well, that's okay. So what I'm looking, these are the Chargers that I grew up with. This is Drew Brees and LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yes.
That's the Chargers I'm looking at right now. And the ones you showed me are basically this, but the lightning bolt is
empty.
Just an outline.
Yeah,
it's empty space.
Yeah.
Rather than the white.
The Chargers have worn powder blue so many times, then went away from it, and despite cries from almost every soul on earth, refused to wear it consistently. Right? It's pretty much where we are.
Yep.
Like they have some powder blues-ish. In 2020, they introduced 4 uniform sets.
Yeah, they were. I was looking at that graphic earlier about how many different combinations they had. If you change up the pants, I think that there was like 7 different ones.
Yeah. All right, 803-0550, new Chargers uniforms coming today. I'm looking at, you said the Means era. This is 1992 Chargers. That's what it looks like, 92 Chargers. The Harbaugh Chargers, by the way. Are they going to shout out their old coach?
They're going to look like Michigan.
Are they going to look like Michigan for Harbaugh? We'll get a break in. 803-0550 if you want to be a part of the show, 1-888-550-2550.
I'm optimistic about, a couple of these individuals, but their offseason consisted of the biggest guy they brought in was a defenseman who played on Utah's third pair last year. They brought in the Red Wings backup goaltender, and they brought in a fourth liner from Columbus. And the Penguins number 6 defenseman. That's their offseason. By the way, every one of those teams Look at the teams they brought guys in from that were not playing important roles. Kesselring, third pair defenseman in Utah. Lyon, backup goalie in Detroit. Timmins, sixth defenseman in Pittsburgh. None of these teams were good. They brought depth role players off teams that weren't even good from last year. And that's going to make them better. They got rid of a guy that was playing an important role off a team that wasn't very good in Peterka. So I wouldn't make the case that they're better unless Kesselring is way better than he was with the Mammoth. Or, like, again, here we are kind of waiting probably for young guys to save the day. Right? Like, Owen Power, please become an elite defenseman. Like, elite defenseman. Like, Norris conversation, maybe defenseman. I don't know if he can even do that with, being a second pair guy and second power play minutes, but whatever. That caliber of player. Or Benson become like a 70-point guy. That's somebody catch lightning in a bottle. Because the moves that they make, I just think it's, tinkering. It's tinkering moves.
It's tinkering.
It's stuff that can make you marginally better, but is it something that's going to make you make up a 15-point gap between what you were in the playoffs? Because that would be incredible to me if Michael Kesselring, Alex Lyon, and Josh Doan, who again I kind of all like to some degree, it would be incredible though if they were the catalyst to being a 75-point team versus being like a 90-point team.
And a 90-point team often is, not enough.
It's not right. That's just in the race.
Right. Well, tinkering, is it very much like what they did with their coaching staff, which was change out the strength and conditioning coach? And what they do with GM, they tinkered. They added some pieces around the guy that was there. It got me all the way to this, Joe, which is, I don't want to say this and be viewed as like, oh, you're just doomsday scenarioing things. Like, that's not it. What it is for me is accepting where they live. I always say they live in the pressure. Mm-hmm. And a way that I thought to say it that I haven't thought about it before is, if they fail to deliver a Super Bowl in the Josh Allen era, that kind of becomes the identity of the franchise.
If they go Allen's career without winning?
Yeah.
Oh.
It becomes the identity. The way that 4 Super Bowl losses was the franchise's kind of identity to non-Bills fans, or even to Bills fans, for a long time.
Yep.
And that might have faded by now. We kind of had this conversation, the people that lived through it still remember it. But now if you were to say to an NFL fan, hey, what do you think of the Buffalo Bills? Their first thought's going to be about how good they are right now and how Josh Allen's amazing. The franchise identity is what they are right now.
Yeah.
And that is not true of every team. Some teams are thought of for, like the Jets. What are the Jets? Historically hilarious franchise. Never does anything. They never do anything well at all. You got Dolphins fans who would like to say their franchise identity might be a perfect season. The Patriots, what is their identity? It's the dynasty that they had with Belichick and Brady. What you're remembered for versus what you are in the moment. And there is so much that they have to finish this job. They have to get it over the line. And when I say that, I don't mean to put out like negative vibes, because I really think that Brandon Beane will kind of feel all that. And while this offseason we did not see them land a big whale and there was not this big, huge signature move, what he did the last 2 off seasons was kind of eat your vegetables, do the roster building in the proper way, so that Josh Allen's window 2.0, which I think we would all kind of say like this is window 2.0, there will be somewhere that move. If they're not getting there, that move will come. Mm-hmm. I don't think they have to be desperate, but I think they have to be aware. What was I going to mention to you, Joe? I had something.
Fantasy?
Oh, Will on Twitter wrote, here's a fun, I like to have fun with, do you guys, you young ones, remember things? Like today, Latrell Sprewell came up. How about this from Will? He wrote in regarding the Chargers throwbacks and the Chargers new jerseys. If they, in fact, go back to old jerseys, they're revealing new alternates today. That what they should do at SoFi Stadium is they should roll out a turf that makes it look like it's a baseball field like Jack Murphy Stadium. The Chargers games used to be played in a baseball stadium, and you would see the baseball diamond. Now, here's a let's get stupid.
So it's not real dirt, but it's colored.
You just
turf is colored.
Roll out turf that includes a baseball diamond on it for a true throwback feel. Now we're on to something. This is a genius idea. Make the turf that's perfectly good turf, so it's not unsafe like a baseball field used to be for these players. Just make it look like a baseball field.
Yeah. And that's the throwback element of it.
You wear throwback jerseys. The field looks like the throwback field. I love it.
I think I like that better for other teams, but I like the idea.
Like what other teams?
Just because LA wouldn't even remember the Chargers in
San
Diego. But like Miami. Miami played forever with the baseball diamond.
Do you remember football games on baseball fields?
Yes. For a few years. I remember the Raiders had it.
Yep.
The Raiders at the end. Maybe they were the last ones.
The Coliseum.
At the Coliseum. And I do remember Miami having it.
Think of how, in today's NFL, think of how insane that is.
Oh, my.
It's insane.
It's insane. Kicking. Didn't a Bill, was it Lindell? Did somebody miss an important field goal in a Bills drought game because they were kicking the field goal on dirt?
I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't important.
That part I don't remember.
But those two teams, I remember doing that. And that was into the 2000s that they were still doing that, right? That is, if I remember it, that's into the 2000s that they are still playing on dirt. So, yes, I think it is nuts that happened as long as it did. I mean, why stop there? I mean, really, shouldn't the NFL start, poking around with different designs on the turf? They really could do whatever they want.
Here we go.
Not real grass.
I have the answer. The last NFL game played on a baseball diamond's infield dirt was what year?
I'm going to guess
what year? Everybody take a moment.
I'm going to guess 2006. Well, wait a minute. How long? Wait, the Raiders... But they would have stopped playing on the dirt eventually, right? Like, they would have been playing at the Coliseum with grass or some... I'm going to say 2008.
2008.
That's my lock-it-in guess.
Josh, Owen, you guys want to guess on this? The last football game played with a dirt infield. What year was it? You said 2008. That's
2008.
Your guess. Okay.
I'm going to go 04. I'm going to go a little earlier than that.
I'm going to go 2009.
2009. Derek was walking in. Derek Kramer walking in. Ask him a guess. I want to guess from him, too. I want everybody to guess this. Derek, he's on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10 o'clock. We're looking for the last football game to be played where there was a baseball dirt diamond on the field. What year? No, throw out a number.
Yeah.
1975, whatever you want.
Probably it's got to be the last Oakland game.
You're all correct. The last team to host.
It's going to elude me here. 2021? I don't know.
2019.
Whoa. Come on.
It was 2019. Not that long ago.
In Oakland?
Oakland.
So they played on the baseball diamond right up to the end in Oakland?
The A's
before they move?
The A's were in the playoffs, I guess. And at the Coliseum, yeah. The list of teams that used to do this is long. It used to be Washington had this.
Okay. Don't remember that.
RFK Stadium, the Nationals played there for a little bit.
Okay.
Shea Stadium, the Mets and the Jets. Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium, the Braves and the Falcons. The Padres and the Chargers, of course.
Mm-hmm.
The Reds and the Bengals. I mean, I guess it happened a lot more. Cardinals.
Yep.
The Cardinals and the old Cardinals way back when. 2019.
I'm not wrong about Miami, right? Miami did it late. Did they not?
Pirates did it.
I thought I remembered games at the Dolphin Stadium when
Philadelphia,
it is
Seattle.
A football stadium. So did the Marlins play there?
Philadelphia, Seattle, Pittsburgh.
Okay.
I'm just scrolling through a video that has all of them. And yes, I'm pretty sure Miami did. Yes, was it Pro Player Stadium? at the time?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. They absolutely they played. This looks like when all the seats were bright orange on the field. Yeah, they were playing on a baseball diamond.
Crazy. 2011. Or sorry, 2019.
2019.
It was Raiders.
Wait a minute. So
Raiders Chiefs.
Raiders Chiefs. So wait a minute. That means Mahomes played on a baseball diamond? That's how long it go. I mean, 2019, he starts, right? He's starting.
September 15th, 2019, Chiefs 28, Raiders 10, Mahomes 30 for 44 for 443 and 4 touchdowns.
That's when Mahomes was actually good.
Hey, he was a baseball player.
Yeah, he was at home. He felt comfortable.
He felt good. He was a baseball player. All right, we got to get a break in. Thanks, Will, for the comment because you took us down a nice little road there. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Like big picture stuff with the Sabres, I wonder if they've been spooked off of those early long extensions that they signed everybody to, right? For a while there, it was Cousins, Thompson, Samuelson. I mean, everybody got extensions.
That was the next year, but that didn't go great.
You think they've been scared off those?
It'd be hard not to. It'd be hard not. I mean, how many of them really went great?
They thought it was good business, and it looks like they've been scared off it.
Yeah, the Tage deal went great. You signed Tage early, and you probably have him for $3 million less per year than you otherwise would have. But Samuelson, it didn't work, and Cousins, it didn't work, and Luukkonen, it didn't work. So how's the strategy going right now? I mean, they really should have bought out Samuelson this offseason. That one went, I think, as poorly as it possibly could have after 58 games in the league, if that's the number. That's the number in my head. I'm optimistic about, a couple of these individuals, but their offseason consisted of the biggest guy they brought in was a defenseman who played on Utah's third pair last year. They brought in the Red Wings backup goaltender, and they brought in a fourth liner from Columbus. And the Penguins number 6 defenseman. That's their offseason. By the way, every one of those teams, look at the teams they brought guys in from that were not playing important roles. Kesselring, third pair defenseman in Utah. Lyon, backup goalie in Detroit. Timmins, 6th defenseman in Pittsburgh. None of these teams were good. They brought depth role players off teams that weren't even good from last year. And that's going to make them better. They got rid of a guy that was playing an important role off a team that wasn't very good in Peterka. So I wouldn't make the case that they're better unless Kesselring is way better than he was with the Mammoth. Or, again, here we are kind of waiting probably for young guys to save the day. Right? Owen Power, please become an elite defenseman. Elite defenseman. Norris conversation, maybe defenseman. I don't know if he can even do that with, being a second pair guy and second power play minutes, but whatever. That caliber of player. Or Benson become a 70-point guy. That's somebody catch lightning in a bottle. Because the moves that they make, I just think it's, tinkering. It's tinkering moves.
It's tinkering.
It's stuff that can make you marginally better, but is it something that's going to make you make up a 15-point gap between what you were in the playoffs? Because that would be incredible to me if Michael Kesselring, Alex Lyon, and Josh Doan, who again I kind of all like to some degree, it would be incredible though if they were the catalyst to being a 75-point team versus being a 90-point team.
And a 90-point team often is not enough.
It's not right. That's just in the race.
Right. Well, tinkering, is it very much like what they did with their coaching staff, which was change out the strength and conditioning coach? And what they do with GM, they tinkered. They added some pieces around the guy that was there.
The Sabres and defenseman Bo Byram come to an agreement on a 2-year deal worth just over $6 million per year, so the two sides avoid arbitration. Byram will be an unrestricted free agent at the end of the contract if he doesn't sign an extension or is traded before that. So Byram back on the team, $7 million in cap space roughly for the Sabres at this point in time. To the NFL, Garrett Wilson signing a big extension, 4 years, $130 million. That's $32.5 per year with the New York Jets. 90 of the $130 million is guaranteed. Mike Williams of the Chargers being placed on the PUP list as they get rolling for camp. Chargers coming out with new uniforms, by the way, a little bit later on today. Also, Chad Graff, the Athletic, reports that Stephon Diggs is likely to open camp not participating with the team and working on the side, which means he could be on the PUP list to start Patriots camp. Juwan Jennings asking for a trade or a new contract yesterday, according to Adam Schefter in San Francisco. The Niners receiver, though, reportedly will not be holding out from training camp as he looks for that. The Bills and Sabres Foundations will be hosting Give 716 Day, raising as much money for local charities as possible. Begins tonight at 7:16 p.m. and runs through tomorrow at 11:59. Over 500 charities are participating. Go to give716.org to donate. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The last year Buffalo Bills defensively had massive regression on that side of the ball. The only thing that saved them was the takeaways that they had. 18% of opponent drives ended in turnovers, yet they forced punts on a 31st highest rate of any team in the NFL. They weren't good at getting stops. They weren't good at allowing drives to reach the red zone. They ranked 30th in rate of drives that were allowed to reach the red zone. The only thing that saved them was the takeaways. And in fact, the Bills in 2024 were the first defense since 2000 to allow at least 35% of opponent drives to reach the red zone while simultaneously generating turnovers on at least 16% of opponent drives. Getting those takeaways was the only thing that made the defense look reasonably respectable in the regular season.
Warren Sharp. To that, I think a lot of Bills fans would say, yeah, we know.
Yeah.
We know. The defense was saved by turnovers. That's right. That's why they went all in and tried to fix a defense that made a lot of turnovers.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we know.
I have a question on that, though. So, it's data-based. Like, there is facts behind this. Whenever you hear, well, you can't count on turnovers. Turnovers are fluky. Turnovers can regress year to year to year. And for much of the league, if not almost all the league, that is absolutely true. When am I allowed to say for this team it's not? Because Joe Marino had some numbers in this last week that the Bills don't regress in turnovers, at least compared to their league counterparts. So, okay, they were number one in the league last year, and Joe's number was percentage of drives that result in a defensive takeaway, which actually I think is what Warren's talking about too. And last year, the Bills were number one. And the year before that, the Bills were number one. And the year before that, they were number 5. The year before that, number 7. The year before that, number 2.
Yep.
So they've been in the top 5 every year of the last 5, except for one. And that season, they were 7th. So, okay, turnovers are fluky. And that's part of Warren's basis there about the defense. But am I not allowed to say for a Sean McDermott defense that they're not fluky? Because every year he's getting more turnovers than the rest of the league.
Sure, they might be more likely to get turnovers. To me, the biggest number in there that jumps out, I have the same kind of belief on turnovers on offense that I do on defense, which is punts are turnovers.
Right.
And if I believe punts are turnovers, and the Bills were 31st in forcing punts,
yeah,
but number 1 in turnovers, what do they add up to be? Where were they on stops? Bad. Mm-hmm. So turnovers saved them in game scripts, and turnovers are great to generate, But you can be the best defense in football and never turn the ball over a single time with an interception or a fumble. If you force the most punts in football, you are a good defense.
Isn't that part of the point about them, though? Like, last year,
they were bad.
They're the worst at forcing punts, but they're number one in turnovers. So what does it equal? Your results are middle of the road.
Middle of the road.
And doesn't it also mean that these other years where the Bills have been able to get stops, but they still get the turnovers, they're one of the best defenses in football? Right? That's their blueprint. That's their formula. The turnovers are integral to it. They've been true since they showed up in 2017. That year, their defense didn't get stops. They weren't an elite defense, but what did they do that year? They got turnovers like they have pretty much every other season.
Yep.
So I asked Joe about this a little bit last week. Like, it's part of, sure, like McDermott and the defensive staff probably puts a lot of emphasis on punching the ball out and being opportunistic, but it also might speak to their scheme. That they are going to keep it in front of you at all times, and they're going to run up and tackle, and I think you got to give them credit. They've taken this element of defense in the NFL that is almost impossible to maintain, and they've been able to maintain it. So why am I supposed if this year they're not good at getting turnovers, they're not even just not good, not top of the league, that will be the fluky thing. That will be the first time that's really happened.
Yep. And
if you can get that, this is why I think you would trust their defense. It's why maybe me making a bet that they'll have a bottom 10 defense might be futile, because if they're ever able to get stops,
which they often are, they've been very good at that in the past,
then they're going to be one of the best defenses in football.
Right. I think they might be one of the best. Here's your comparison, possibly. It's not as ironclad, but the Bills' ability to turn over the football has been their Josh Allen. It has saved the defense when the rest of it isn't that good. And when the rest of it is good, it's still good. Like your consistency on turnovers has helped you. So last year on true turnovers, like, again, the punt thing is more sustainable. The Bills dipping to 31st in punts forced is red flag. Mm-hmm. That should be what triggers Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott to say, let's overhaul this defense because we are not getting off the field. So, yeah, like this last year in true turnovers, where were the Bills in punts forced? They were bad. Previous years, they've been very good. Get that to, top 10 in punts forced, you're going to be a good defense. And game script is going to help them probably too. That's one thing we have not yet seen that's worth pointing out. One roadmap. The Bills are a wagon this year. Why? I mean, they were kind of a wagon last year, but the offense is just the Joe Brady offense. Efficiency, smashing people with the run game, extra offensive linemen, everybody eats. And then defensively, they get off the field. Could this team just why are they favored to win every game? Well, they're going to fix the defense that was a problem. They're going to get a defense that can get off the field. Maybe they turn it over less because they're getting off the field. It's another thing about this. Like, how do you get turnovers? You have to be on the field to get the ball turned over.
Yeah, true.
Previously, what they would have done would have been force a punt earlier on a drive. Instead, what happened? 7-play drive, turnover. Okay, you got the ball back one way or another. Treat punts as turnovers and things kind of line up. And the fact they were 31st in that department last year is horrendous. Mm-hmm. And if they got to 14th and their turnovers were 8th, they're traditional turnovers, that's like the number one defense in football. You take it.
And that would be the worst they've been at turnovers in more than 5 years.
Yep.
That's if they were the worst they had been.
Do you want to know the top teams in the league last year in true turnovers, which is punts and interceptions and fumbles and fourth down stops?
On defense?
The top teams in the league in differential for this.
Oh, differential.
Yeah. This is how well do you get off the field one way or another, punts count, and how well do you stay on the field? Here are the top 5 teams in football. Minnesota, Detroit, Buffalo, Baltimore, Green Bay, and Philly is tied for 5.
The best teams in the league.
You know who's number 7? Washington. You know who's next? The Chargers.
Yep.
Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Houston.
Oh, Kansas City down there, huh?
10th.
Fluke.
They were lucky. They got a little lucky.
They were lucky.
Yeah. Chris in Lancaster, and then some instant trivia for you based on Garrett Wilson. Chris in Lancaster. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Listening to you guys, I think that the philosophy of Sean McDermott on defense works when you're playing average or below average teams. But when you play a team like the Kansas City Chiefs or even like a team like Philly, you've got to be an attack defense. And I think watching Philly dominate Kansas City in that Super Bowl was clear evidence that hoping that you're going to play bend but don't break, you're going to make you're going to get some turnovers. I think it's effective to a degree, but to get over the top and to be a Super Bowl team or winner, you've really got to do more attacking. And I don't see that in Sean McDermott. I just don't see it. He's a bend but don't break guy. They're going to make a mistake. I mean, look at that game in Cincy a couple years ago with Joe Burrow, how he, in the playoffs in Buffalo, where he picked us apart play after play after play. We made no adjustments. And I think to get us over the top, Jeremy, you've got to change your philosophy. You've got to be more of an attack defense.
Yeah. Chris, the biggest thing for me was the Bills didn't have the horses up front. I mean,
right.
The Eagles had the horses up front. The Eagles, I don't know, to me, it was not about an aggressive game plan. In fact, I think famously what they did in the Super Bowl was rush 4, and 1, Mahomes played terribly, and 2, their offensive line, which the Bills should have been able to exploit, they exploited. They had a terrible offensive line last year, the Chiefs. For whatever it's worth, I mean, if they keep Benford healthy, is it different? If it's, I don't know. I don't necessarily buy that McDermott is too passive. There have been times where he is. There's times when he's not. But the whole thing about when you play good teams, you know who else that's true of? That's true of everybody. What does a great defense do once they come up against Josh Allen? They get beat for like 30 points. The Chiefs' defense is awesome. And what do the Bills do to it every time? Move up and down the field, score 29, 30 points, and then lose by 3. So, I mean, I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but I think it's a little bit here's what I would say about it. I want to decide if it's fair to talk about the Cincinnati game. Like that's 2 defensive play callers ago in a snowy game where your offense scored 10.
Yeah. There is a good question, though, I think, about whether their defensive style has worked for years now, but it hasn't worked in the playoffs, or it just hasn't worked against Kansas City.
It hasn't. This is where
because I'm looking right now at their turnover numbers against the Chiefs in the playoffs, because they get, as I pointed out, they get turnovers in the regular season better than anybody. They're in the top of the league every single year. And guess what? I'm looking at their playoff game log. They force multiple turnovers against Pittsburgh, New England, Miami. They've done it to the Ravens. 4 turnovers forced in 2 Ravens playoff games, and they've forced 3 in 4 Kansas City games.
Now do that to the Bills.
And how many they've had?
No, do it to the Bills. The Kansas City defense, how many turnovers they force against other teams, and then how many they force against the Bills.
Oh, I see.
Is it the same story? If you're operating on, well, I don't get turnovers against the best quarterbacks.
Well, not just the best quarterbacks, Mahomes. Just Mahomes.
Okay, Allen.
Because they get it against Lamar.
Do Spagnuolo and Allen. Is it the same story? They turn over other guys, but they don't turn over the Bills?
Might be right.
It's the same story. If the operating parameters are, I just can't seem to figure how to get interceptions on the best quarterback in football. It's like, yeah, that's usually how it goes.
They have only forced, on the Bills' offense, that includes everybody, in the 4 playoff games, the Bills have only turned the ball over 1 time.
1 time. Which game was it? Who did it?
2021. So that's the first game. That's the AFC Championship game. And does that sound right? I'm looking at the game log. It's what it says.
It's the 2020 season. It's the 2021.
They haven't turned the ball over since the first AFC Championship game, and the turnover in that game
is a late Allen pick. It's a very late Allen pick, I believe.
Forcing the ball because they're down 3 scores.
2 scores.
So really, they have no turnovers.
Right. So,
yeah.
And there's another.
So your differential's +2, and it's really kind of like +3.
To say, we don't turn over Mahomes, that's a problem. The Chiefs don't turn over the Bills. But
I was going to say, this hasn't been true of the Bills before. When that's where what you're saying is it's critical that you're able to get the team off the field.
Yes.
And you're able to force punts.
Yes.
Because if you're living off those turnovers, maybe the Chiefs, maybe. The Bills example might be tough because Allen has had some big games against them. But if you're a defense that can get you off the field, you can go through a game without getting lucky and getting that turnover and still have a great performance. Where the Bills, last year especially, if you aren't getting that turnover, and often they did, but if you're not getting it, then you're kind of screwed.
Let's go back 2 Super Bowls ago for the Eagles and the Chiefs. Remember what the story was? Number 1 defense in football, number 1 in sacks. What did they do in the game against Mahomes? They didn't touch him. 2 games ago. They didn't touch him. Well, you can get sacks against the bad teams. What are you going to do against Mahomes? That is a normal thing to expect when you play the best teams. Isn't Miami doing this? I feel like we're a pretty good team, but when we go up against playoff teams, we're not as good. That's right. That means you're not as good. Mm-hmm. It's harder to do. It's a harder degree of difficulty.
What's kind of crazy in 8 total games it's 4 matchups, so 8 teams, Kansas City and Buffalo, they have turned the ball over together in those 4 matchups 4 times total. The Ravens themselves, in 3 games against the Bills and the Chiefs, have turned the ball over 7 times. The Bills and Chiefs combined 4 in 4 matchups. And the Ravens in 3 games by themselves 7.
They did 3 in the game against the Bills here.
3 against the Bills here, 3 against the Chiefs, and 1 against the Bills and the Taron Johnson pick.
That kind of gets back to the point. The Ravens turned the ball over against the Bills 3 times.
Yeah.
And were in the game to win it at the end. Because why?
To tie it at the end. But yeah.
Tie it at the end. Why?
Yeah.
Because if you treat turnovers the cardinal sin, just like punts, the Bills punted a bunch in that game.
Yeah.
Second half, they punted. Anyway, I have instant trivia. You ready for it? We'll
yes.
get it in 3 minutes.
Yes.
Here it is.
Let's do it.
3 minutes, instant trivia. Garrett Wilson signed yesterday. Garrett Wilson signed a big contract with the Jets. He's awesome.
He's very good.
He is another receiver, by the way. There are 2 positions where teams will tear up the contract after 3 years and say, let's get it done. Quarterback, receiver.
Okay.
Garrett Wilson is one of 9 receivers since 2000 to have 3 straight 1,000-yard receiving seasons in their first 3 seasons.
Ooh.
9 receivers since 2000 have come out of the gate. 1,000.
Okay.
He is the latest. Who are the other 8?
You know what's funny? The first guy I thought of was Stevie Johnson, but he didn't have I don't even think he played his first year.
Rookie season. Rookie season, and then the next 2 1,000-yard seasons.
Mike Evans.
Correct. 2014 to 2016.
And he, of course, has done it like every year.
A million times.
Yeah, a billion times after that. Justin Jefferson?
Correct. 2020 to 2022.
There were 9 of these?
Yes. There are 8 more. Wilson, Jefferson, and Evans. You have 6 more.
Beckham?
Correct.
Odell Beckham.
2014 to 2016.
Monster out of the gates.
Jamar Chase.
Correct. 2021 to 2023.
Ooh, A.J. Green?
Correct.
Another bang.
2011 to 2013.
Okay.
You have 3 left.
Oh, since 2000. Oh, this is Calvin Johnson.
No.
Really? Really?
He did not.
Did he get injured in one of those first 3 years? Feels like it's impossible for him to have played a full year and not.
He played 15 games in his first year. He only had 1 in his first 3 years.
That's right.
All right.
Yikes! 700 yards in year 1. That's crazy. That might have been their season when they 0-16.
Right.
Okay, let's see.
3 left.
3 left. 1,000 yards
in their first 3 seasons. Each of their first 3 seasons.
Fast starters.
Michael Thomas.
Correct.
That's really
2016 to 2018.
Slant God.
He's just never going to play again, huh?
No, he's done.
I thought about Terry McLaurin, but he was a 3rd-round rookie. Could he have possibly, as a 3rd-round rookie, get 1,000?
To throw him 1,000
Is McLaurin right?
No, McLaurin is not right.
Yeah.
He might have come close. Okay. Some of the highest drafted guys. McLaurin, 919 in year 1. He was close.
2 more. 1,000 yards in each of their first 3 seasons.
Who was good really
since
fast?
2000.
2000.
I'll give you hints on these next 2 if you want them when you're ready.
I'm trying to think. Who are the highest drafted guys?
These guys were both first-round picks.
Okay,
that helps. Like, it's got to be first 3. Has Drake London? No. That's the same year as Wilson, so he would have had enough years.
Here are your next hints.
Oh, what about CeeDee Lamb?
No. One of these guys did it in 2023, his third year, and the other was 2000.
Okay. So we got an old guy and a new guy.
2023. Yep. That's the 2021 class?
Yep.
Right.
2-3. That's it's not going to be Jerry Jeudy. Devonta Smith?
Nope.
What's that class? Waddle.
Jalen Waddle.
Waddle.
Really?
Jalen Waddle. And then one more. 1998 to 2000. The GOAT.
The GOAT.
The GOAT? Oh, Randy Moss?
Randy Moss.
Well,
So
he's not the GOAT.
Garrett Wilson joins Chase, Waddle, Jefferson, Thomas, Beckham, Evans, Green, and Moss.
It's a pretty good list.
Not bad.
Did you just offhand call him the GOAT?
I did.
At wide receiver?
Yep.
Over Jerry Rice?
Yep.
Because
he's the best wide receiver I've ever seen play.
Okay.
You want to fight about it?
I mean,
he was the one's a piece of me.
I've said Jerry Rice is the best football player ever.
Okay.
Oh, here we
Statistically,
go.
I think he is the best football player
How many games you watch him play?
There is none. There is nobody.
I'm not saying he's not great.
It's definitely a stats argument, but there is nobody that is clear-cut, got the best numbers at his position like him.
Okay. Good for him.
And it's not even close.
Good for him.
He had 1,200 yards at 41.
Congratulations.
41, he had 1,200 yards.
Aren't you the guy that's going to tell me that Gretzky's not the greatest hockey player of all time?
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm saying he's not going to be the best goal scorer of all time.
You think he's the best hockey player ever?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like McDavid would have been better.
It's close. That would be close for me.
I'm just stunned. I kind of believe. I thought you were definitely a Gretzky, not the GOAT guy. Well,
no. I'm LeBron over Jordan.
I should say that differently. GOAT is always about greatest.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to say that Moss is the boat.
My thing with Rice is that there's just nobody even near him in anything. In catches and yards and touchdowns, nothing.
Okay.
And he's not just a compiler. But all right. I didn't see either of them play. Well, I saw Randy Moss play, but I saw him in New England. Which, although that was pretty good, too. Not going to lie.
Yeah, he caught 22 touchdowns in a year.
I feel like he got 20 of them in my face at the stadium.
Check out his other quarterbacks he played with when it wasn't Brady.
Did he have a 4-touchdown game against the Bills here?
Probably.
I remember a game here where he went nuclear. That's the Sunday night game when they're chasing undefeated, maybe? Does that sound familiar?
56-10?
Okay, that would make sense.
Yeah. He caught 4 touchdowns in the first half.
Like you're exaggerating or that's true?
That's true.
Against the Bills that day?
Uh-huh.
That's pretty good. That's nuts.
Yeah. Good day. All right, we'll get a break in.
I'm optimistic about, a couple of these individuals, but their offseason consisted of the biggest guy they brought in was a defenseman who played on Utah's third pair last year. They brought in the Red Wings backup goaltender, and they brought in a fourth liner from Columbus. And the Penguins' number 6 defenseman. That's their offseason. By the way, every one of those teams, look at the teams they brought guys in from that were not playing important roles. Kesselring, third pair defenseman in Utah. Lyon, backup goalie in Detroit. Timmins, 6th defenseman in Pittsburgh. None of these teams were good. They brought depth role players off teams that weren't even good from last year. And that's going to make them better. They got rid of a guy that was playing an important role off a team that wasn't very good in Peterka. So I wouldn't make the case that they're better unless Kesselring is way better than he was with the Mammoth. Or, again, here we are kind of waiting probably for young guys to save the day. Right? Owen Power, please become an elite defenseman. Elite defenseman. Norris conversation, maybe defenseman. I don't know if he can even do that with, being a second pair guy and second power play minutes, but whatever. That caliber of player. Or Benson become a 70-point guy that's somebody catch lightning in a bottle. Because the moves that they make, I just think it's, sure, tinkering. It's tinkering moves.
It's tinkering.
It's stuff that can make you marginally better, but is it something that's going to make you make up a 15-point gap between what you were in the playoffs? Because that would be incredible to me if Michael Kesselring, Alex Lyon, and Josh Doan, who again I kind of all like to some degree, it would be incredible though if they were the catalyst to being a 75-point team versus being like a 90-point team.
And a 90-point team often is, not enough.
It's not right. That's just in the race.
Right. Well, tinkering, is it very much like what they did with their coaching staff, which was change out the strength and conditioning coach? And what they do with GM, they tinkered. They added some pieces around the guy that was there. The big picture stuff with the Sabres, I wonder if they've been spooked off of those early long extensions that they signed everybody to, right? For a while there, it was Cousins, Thompson, Samuelson. I mean, everybody got extensions.
Luukkonen was the next year, but that didn't go great.
You think they've been scared off those?
It'd be hard not to. It'd be hard not. I mean, how many of them really went great?
They thought it was good business, and it looks like they've been scared off it.
Yeah, the Tage deal went great. You signed Tage early, and you probably have him for $3 million less per year than you otherwise would have. But Samuelson, it didn't work, and Cousins, it didn't work, and Luukkonen, it didn't work. So how's the strategy going right now? I mean, they really should have bought out Samuelson this offseason. That one went, I think, as poorly as it possibly could have after 58 games in the league, if that's the number. That's the number in my head.
All right, good Tuesday morning, Jeremy and Joe. Check in with Buffalo Pro Soccer and Peter Marlette Jr. joining us in the Worcester Hotline. Wanted to get a check-in with what's going on with the Buffalo Pro Soccer team and the stadium development. As there was big news a couple weeks ago. Peter, we had you in studio, well, probably months ago by now, a bunch of weeks ago. Thanks for coming on and checking in just to let us know what the latest is, because we saw the stadium site that was initially chosen. There's been a bit of a change. So take us through some of the stuff that's happened here in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, definitely, and thanks for having me again, guys. So yeah, we announced, you're right, about 2 weeks ago now, a little less than that, that we have elected to move on from our initial stadium site in the Valley and Seneca Babcock neighborhoods over on Elk Street. And really, that was, for a lot of reasons, an excellent site. But we had one major roadblock there, and then that was a neighbor who was especially motivated to not have that area attracting the amount of people that it would be with the stadium. And at the end of the day, signing up to have that neighbor, for the life of the club just didn't make a lot of sense. So we terminated that lease and ended up walking away in a very strong financial situation as a result of that. And now have we say reopened the stadium selection process, and that's not inaccurate, but it's really important to note that we had spent about a year assessing every possible stadium site in the city, in and around the city of Buffalo, before making that decision. So all of the work that we did leading up to making the decision on Elk Street hasn't gone away. We're still, we know the best sites for this stadium. We've already engaged with the owners or stakeholders at those sites. So we're poised to move pretty quickly and pretty decisively in selecting our new stadium site.
How much of the timeline is altered? You'd spoken with us before about modular stadiums and how they can go up relatively quickly. This, of course, I would imagine the timeline is set back a bit, but is it the kind of thing that is built in enough where once the next site is chosen, the timeline will accelerate and get right back on schedule?
So we our goal from day one was to be playing in a new stadium that we were going to build in the 2026 USL Championship season. That is not possible. The only site where that was going to be possible was at the Elk Street site, which we recently walked away from. So we are pushing back to a start date of the 2027 season. So it does put things on hold for 12 months, but the modular stadium and everything else that you just mentioned, that will still that is still the plan, and that allows us to move quickly. But a major benefit of that Elk Street site was that the remediation had already been done, the turf was already there, the lights were already there, the locker rooms, the weight room, the offices, all of that was already there. So that allowed us to move exceptionally quickly, whereas other sites don't have that luxury.
Right. So will this mean a little bit as Buffalo Pro Soccer, you look to find a site and a stadium. Does this mean, you mentioned the site at Elk Street, what benefits it had. Does this mean you kind of maybe look into other benefits of other sites? Maybe not like the goalposts move on it, but just, all right, there are pros and cons to 2 or 3 different sites. This one had these pros. All right, now we focus on these pros over here. And what might those be? Like, what other things could be positives that maybe you didn't get from the Elk Street site?
Well, one thing that is very positive about this is the fact that we're pushing it a year. Again, as I said, the only site that we were possibly going to be able to be playing in our new stadium in the 2026 season was that Elk Street site because of all the work that had already been done there. Now that that's no longer the goal, that was a major, if you're talking pros and cons, con of some of the other sites was that they weren't going to be available for a 2026 start. Well, we no longer have that 2026 goal, so that is a major con that is no longer a factor in the decision-making process for a couple other sites. So, I mean, what we're looking for is what we're looking for everywhere, and what I believe we had at Elk Street is good accessibility, opportunities for public transport, and somewhere centrally located in the city of Buffalo that people want to come to and that people, want to spend their time at. And that's not just in the stadium, but at the surrounding businesses and stuff like that. So there are a lot of sites in and around Buffalo that make sense for that check those boxes. There are, some really come to the forefront when you're talking about accessibility, entertainment options, the opportunity to catalyze development, and those are the ones that we're really digging deepest into now that, again, probably the biggest holdup on those other sites was that they weren't possibly going to be ready for 2026. So, without that restriction anymore, they become more attractive.
Peter, do the details of the stadium and what it looks like change at all given the change of location?
Yeah, well, there will be some slight changes. Depending on where we end up, I suspect we'll probably add more seating capacity. At the Elk Street site, we were going to start with a 7,600 seating capacity with 12 corporate suites or suites, and then 2 rentable party areas. I think, again, depending on where we end up, it'll be location specific, but we will probably expand that seating capacity a little. And then also one thing, we've been doing these season ticket deposits, our founding memberships, and we've sold a ton of those already. We've gotten so many of those deposits in. And one thing, our premium seating section deposits are actually completely sold out. So what that obviously indicates to me and to the others at Buffalo Pro Soccer is that we may need to reconfigure this stadium a little to include more premium seating options because there's such significant demand for it. This will allow us to make some alterations like that, probably make it a little bigger, possibly add another couple suites or more rentable party areas or something like that. But for the most part, the structure and the bones of the stadium that we had planned won't change too significantly.
Peter Marlett, Jr., president of Buffalo Pro Soccer. Last thing, Peter, before we let you go on this update, what kind of communication is there with USL, right? Like USL Championship in the league? I mean, imagine that this kind of pushing a 12-month push is something that the league would support, have feedback on. How has that gone?
Yeah, they've been great about it. They made it very clear from the first time that I brought up this possibility with them that they would rather see us in a great location in 2020, the ideal location. Frankly, I still stick by that Elk and Lee Street is a great location, but the ideal location and a 2027 start date as opposed to a good location with a major issue just to make it happen in 2026. So they've been great. And then when we're talking about communication with Buffalo and with our fans and our prospective fans, we do have our community town hall coming up this Thursday, July 17th at Larkin Square, which is 745 Seneca Street, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Literally me up on a stool, up on a stage, engaging with anyone who wants to come out and answer questions that anybody may have. And we also buy the first drink for anybody who comes in. So, people who have questions and want to hear what we're doing, I think that's a really good opportunity to come out and engage directly with me and some of the other Buffalo Pro Soccer stakeholders and staff.
Very good. Thanks, Peter. We'll talk again whenever you've got the next set of news.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Peter Marlett, Jr., Buffalo Pro Soccer, providing the update. We had him in studio talking about that stadium, the Elk and Lee sites, that site's been scrapped, of course, and now looking for the home for 2027. So wanted to follow up on that. Extendo Sports coming up in a moment. We'll wrap things. They've got a good trivia question on ESPN's Get Up that I don't know the answer to. Well, think about it during the break. Josh Allen's the first MVP to wear the number 17. Second. Josh Allen's the second player ever to win the MVP wearing number 17. Who was the first? We'll think about that during the break. Get to Extendo Sports, then pass things off to Zach Jones and Derek Kramer on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Who was the first NFL player to win the MVP wearing number 17? Think about it. Answer on the other side. My question would be, I got one question for everybody out there. If you still follow the hockey team in town, the Buffalo Sabres, and pay attention to their off seasons, If they had not traded Peterka because they didn't want to, like Peterka wanted them to move him.
Right.
So if he didn't want to be moved, what would the offseason have been? Because here's Bo Byram on the team, extended for 2 years, because you couldn't get a deal done. You couldn't get a trade done. If you had not traded Peterka, who wanted that to happen, he made that happen. What would your offseason have been? A Connor Clifton trade and Alex Lyon? Is that your offseason?
That might have been it, which is that is the equivalent of nothing. That is nothing.
There's nothing.
That is doing
nothing.
It is adding a rotational goalie and a third pair defenseman that maybe plays, if you're lucky, he's on the ice 17 minutes a night.
Yeah.
Like, if you're lucky. I'm optimistic about, a couple of these individuals, but their offseason consisted of the biggest guy they brought in was a defenseman who played on Utah's third pair last year. They brought in the Red Wings backup goaltender, and they brought in a fourth liner from Columbus. And the Penguins number 6 defenseman. That's their offseason. By the way, every one of those teams, look at the teams they brought guys in from that were not playing important roles. Kesselring, third pair defenseman in Utah. Lyon, backup goalie in Detroit. Timmins, 6th defenseman in Pittsburgh. None of these teams were good. They brought depth role players off teams that weren't even good from last year. And that's going to make them better. They got rid of a guy that was playing an important role off a team that wasn't very good in Peterka. So I wouldn't make the case that they're better unless Kesselring is way better than he was with the Mammoth. Or, again, here we are kind of waiting probably for young guys to save the day. Right? Owen Power, please become an elite defenseman. Elite defenseman. Norris conversation, maybe defenseman. I don't know if he can even do that with, being a second pair guy and second power play minutes, but whatever. That caliber of player. Or Benson become a 70-point guy. That's somebody catch lightning in a bottle. Because the moves that they make, I just think it's, tinkering. It's tinkering moves.
It's tinkering.
It's stuff that can make you marginally better, but is it something that's going to make you make up a 15-point gap between what you were in the playoffs? Because that would be incredible to me if Michael Kesselring, Alex Lyon, and Josh Doan, who again I kind of all like to some degree, it would be incredible though if they were the catalyst to being a 75-point team versus being a 90-point team.
And a 90-point team often is not enough.
It's not right. That's just in the race.
Right. Well, tinkering, is it very much like what they did with their coaching staff, which was change out the strength and conditioning coach? And what they do with GM, they tinkered. They added some pieces around the guy that was there. All right. Extendo Sports. Ready for some Chargers uniforms. They're coming out today.
Come on, Chargers.
I just hope they don't fall into they don't look that new. You wouldn't know that they were new unless someone told you, hey, look at these new uniforms because they look like everything else that they always wear. You know, like the Bruins.
Yeah.
The Bruins are like, check out this new uniform set. It's like, oh, you didn't wear those last year?
We slightly changed the shape of the B.
Right. Let's just not do that, Chargers. Let's do something cool. All right? Something that people hate.
I'm really ready for these rivalry series uniforms because my hope is, and I think this is what it sounds like, is they are going to be
different.
It's going to be like a shock.
It's going to be different
to people. Like how different it might really be.
Yeah.
Like nothing like what your team looks like. College football-esque. And it is Nike that is doing this, right?
I think so.
And Nike does that in college football. Nike does that in soccer. So if they have the green light to do that from the NFL, those Bills Nickel City uniforms that I've seen out there, they're stuck in my mind. It's just one person's concept, but they're like silver Bills uniforms.
With the chrome helmet.
Chrome Bills helmet.
I agree. That concept is hot.
To me, my two favorites for them is that one, and then...
There's a problem with those, though.
What?
You need color to sell. You can't just sell white uniforms. And these
that concept had the silver Zubas in the number.
But you're gonna need color in it to sell.
Well, I guess my other idea is a problem too for that then, which was like a winter
white
with like the ice blue. Just that's it, just white and ice blue.
Sure.
The Vikings have a uniform like that. Oh, the Vikings did that. They didn't sell those?
I don't know. These are a new uniform set specifically to sell. They're going to be available to buy for 3 years. So they're making them to sell them. So they're going to put them on your team so you buy them.
Niagara Falls waterfall theme.
You never know. These Chargers uniforms could be coming soon. Rookies report today for the Buffalo Bills.
Mm-hmm. What are they going to do? They got a week.
They're going to go see the F1 movie. Maybe. I don't know. It's a good idea to me.
I mean, a week of orientation feels like a lot.
They're going to play two truths and a lie.
What's that?
That's a game, an icebreaker game. You never played Two Truths and a Lie?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Where you get in a room, you say, 2 truths and a lie. We should do that. We should play that game tomorrow.
2 truths and a lie?
Yeah, 2 things that are true about yourself, 1 thing you make up. We got to guess which one's fake. 2 truths and a lie.
Okay.
Although you guys know
You're going to have to give me a minute.
You guys know a lot about me. I've said a lot over 20 years on the air. What have I not told anybody about my life? What don't you know?
I mean, you could go back to reruns. You just do shows from 2006. No one will know.
All right. Joe and I are playing golf today. Last week...
the audience goes, really?
Yeah. We don't play together that much. Last week...
Yeah, once in a while.
Last week, here in the building, someone asked who was the better golfer, and you casually said that I was. I'm ready to dispute that, and I'm ready to say that whoever wins today is the better golfer. Let's put it on the line. That's me saying I think
You're putting some stakes on the line today.
I'm predicting I am not the better. This is not I want to beat you to prove I am.
Yeah.
I'm ready to give up the crown to you.
Wow.
Just by losing today.
But I've got to earn it today.
You beat me today, then you have to start saying you're the better golfer.
This is also going to be taking place at a course that I have never played before and you have.
Once.
Okay. Well, it's not that big of an advantage. It might be a slight advantage.
I'm ready to give you the title today.
All right. Wow.
Yep.
Fired up. Should have worn my number 1 polo.
What kind of attitude is this from me? Let's go play golf. Beat me. You probably will. I got something.
Yeah, you see, you don't want. See this. He doesn't want the pressure.
No, I do. I just don't think it's true anymore. I just don't think I am. Like I've faded. Sad. All right.
I would say I'm going into my golf prime. Yeah. 30 is your golf prime, right? What's a normal person's golf prime?
When you can play the most. That's it.
Okay.
If you can play the most when you're 50, you're going to be the best when you're 50. When you can play the most is your golf prime.
That would imply that many people are at their best in their 50s and 60s then.
I think that's not incorrect.
How many people are better, the best they've ever been in their lives at golf is in their 50s and 60s?
Later in life when they play more. If they play a lot when they're 20, they're great when they're 20. It's when you play the most is when you're going to be the best. All right. We're back tomorrow. Cheers. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.